Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Tale of Many Warhipsters Day. I'm very sorry we're 5 minutes late. Adam assured me that he was going to be 2 minutes late, and is in fact 7 minutes late. So I was just waiting for him to set up the stream. And now I need to set up the stream properly, because he's now turned up. So I'm going to fiddle in the background just for the moment, whilst I set this up. But hello everyone, how are we doing? Everybody happy? Everybody having a good time? Everybody looking forward to an exciting evening of Tale of Many Warhipsters? I know I am. We'll be ready in just a minute. Like I said, we're just having to fiddle around with the windows. He's not even turned his camera on. So that's good. I can't hear him if he's saying anything, and he can't hear me. Unless he's got the stream on, I guess. Oh, he's turned his camera on now. Nearly there. This is the most anticlimactic beginning to A Tale of Many Warhipsters of all times. Right. I think they're ready now, so I'm going to undeafen now. Feel free to direct all of your ire at Adam for making us 9 minutes late. You should be able to hear me now in Discord. I can't hear him though. Why can't I hear either of you?
I can hear you. It's all good.
You can hear me. Okay. Good. Let's just go here. Nope, it's broken already. Honestly, this is why. Because he turned his camera on. You didn't have your camera on, so it's set up in a certain way. Then you turned your camera on and broke it anyway. I still can't hear you, Adam. Can you hear him, Rich?
I can't hear him.
How about now? How about now?
Now I can hear him.
It's cool. Just not even. It's like your mic's there, but it's not. So why bother?
It is what it is. Anyway,
what it is. All right.
Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 2, Episode 10. We're finally here. We finally got there.
At 10 already.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? You alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Been busy, which
yeah
hasn't translated to us quite as much painting, but I did a lot of building, and I'm excited to see everyone else's painting, more importantly.
We've got like 54 entries.
Yeah, we want to see what you guys are doing. Forget what we're doing.
Something like that. There's quite a few.
54. That's pretty good. Cheer up.
I will say to the people who I said earlier on in Discord, I dropped a message saying if you want to get something in, you've got 30 minutes to do so. 45 minutes, someone drops one in there. And I'm too nice a guy to just be like, sorry, you missed it by 15 minutes. So it's in there, but next time it won't be in there.
Also,
No.
I'm not being blamed for screwing it up. I was here, man. I blame Discord. Travis, I see you.
You were not here at 8 o'clock. You also were not here
No, I
before
wasn't.
8 o'clock. And you were not here at 8:05.
I have this thing called a job that does take up my
That
time.
old chestnut.
This is my job.
Earning money.
This is my job, Adam. Disrespecting my workplace is what you're doing.
And disrespecting your workplace.
I don't pay you a peppercorn wage for you to turn up 7
No.
minutes late to a meeting. Okay.
Well, running
Okay.
at my own time.
Anyway, we're here. We're live. Season 2, episode 10. Alaric. Just showing you this. Your box arrived today. Thank you so much. It's delightful. Alice and I opened it together. It's wonderful. Some of the other stuff is a little too small for my massively thick, fat neck. So I can't actually get it. I can't actually wear it, unfortunately. But thank you very much.
What has Alaric sent you?
Alaric and his daughter have sent us a lovely care package of wonderful things. For basically because he's got had a night of shrouds and sent it through, and then sent us a bunch of other stuff, and we absolutely adore it. We adore everything in it. Thank you very, very much. I'm wearing this one today. I'm just gonna have to lengthen the necklace a little bit because, as mentioned, I tried it on, right, and you might not. I tried it on, and it was just like the only way it sat on my neck was between the bits of my Adam's apple. Because unfortunately,
Suffer from the condition known as fat neck.
yeah, I do have a fat neck. I've gained a lot of weight since I've been doing this job because I don't move anywhere. So if I finally get back in the gym, I will be able to wear it. But I'm just going to lengthen it just a little bit so I can wear it.
Nice.
But thank you very, very much.
That's so lovely. Oh, what a legend. Hi, Alaric, and hello, Alaric's daughter.
Yeah, really lovely.
So thank you. So Fat Neck is a dope rap name. Yeah. That will be my rap name. So, guys, are we ready? Before we do that, I'm going to say hello to everybody in the chat. So I'm going to say hello to Laura Brand, Colonel, 149th of the Deathcore Creek, Lau Cannon, Travis Woodside, Star Pilot 94, The Tattooed Zoologist, Fake Street Spirit, Dana, Philip G, Ricky Colebrook, Plops of Corn, Yamail Angmar, Mini Painting Dad, Alaric 79, The Pete McF, Nobody, that is a person, Old Man Noz, Tales from the Mustache, who have I not got, Eron, Ice Phoenix X100, who have we missed? Have we missed anybody? James Matthias, Travis Woodside, Biltong Boob is here, Madison Schleif. I think that's everybody. Is that correct?
DG.
Stoogie, hello Stoogie. ADR Wargaming, he's in the chat as well. Captain Mannerings is here, Brother Ferris, Jungle Camper, Manuel, however I'm supposed to say it. I'm sorry if I got it completely wrong. You're one of the best painter of the world. I love your miniatures. Greetings from Austria. Greetings to you from Cheltenham, the UK. And then, oh my goodness me, I've just seen Lau Cannon has become a member, and then Star Pilot has gifted 20 members.
I know.
We're off to an incredible start there. That is incredibly generous of you
That's a
guys.
great start.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
legend.
thank you very much. Back on the member train. Biltong Boob finally supports me again.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you doing, Sean? You cheap bastard.
Cloud2466, hello, and Ryan Garner, hello. So, we are here, we are ready, we are going to jump right into A Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 2, Episode 10. Got lots and lots of stuff to get to. Am I going to need the stopwatch this time?
What we got, 54?
Something like that, yeah.
We can try and self-regulate, which is never a good idea.
Yeah,
So-
we'll get like halfway through and then see if we need to speed things up, as
Yeah.
we probably will.
We'll just say the same content, but faster.
I'll have it on for me. What I
Be like-
learned about this very recently is that it has magnets, which is cool.
Oh, the stopwatch, yeah.
Yeah, so it's my little Cook's timer that I bought, and it's how I time all of my
Nice.
sprue reviews now, because what I was doing before is I'd look at the clock when I'd start the build, stop it, and then look at my watch. But of course, my brain, ADHD and all that kind of thing, there were times where I would go, oh, I'm just going to check the time. Ooh, I wonder what's going on Instagram. So sometimes I would be like, hang on, I don't think it did take me 3.5 hours to build a Space Marine. I think it took me 24 minutes. So I bought this just to help me with that. So
It's a good way of doing it.
Because it's a magnet, it means I can magnetize it to this bit of metal shelf I've got right in front of me, and I can hit the start button. Laura's here, says I'm late. Tattoo Zoologist says hello from Swindon. Hello. Forge Father Vulcan Histan is here. Good evening. And Red Covenant Cheltenham, hello from 5 stops up the M5. Yeah, we're not far away from each other.
This is like the side of Delboy's van in Only Fools and Horses, but instead of like Peckham, Milan, Paris, Peckham, we've got like Austria, Swindon, Cheltenham.
Yeah, we got all the best places in the UK and Europe and the States.
Yeah,
as well.
and the States
and Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder who's that's a good thing. While we get started, work it out amongst yourselves, chat. But like, who's the farthest away person? I would assume Australia is going to win this, unless we got someone in New Zealand or a scientist on Antarctica who, in between studying
I think
penguin
Australia and like
paints.
New Zealand are probably like the opposite side of the world to where we are at the moment.
Eron is out admiring your garden, so you might want to check your bushes.
I mean, technically, I was actually looking in my neighbour's garden, but mine's more down there. But back on.
Cheltenham, Swindon, Gur. Yeah. We're representing the mortal realms as well. Shall we get on with it? Shall we do that?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It sounds like a good idea.
Hello from sunny Warwick. I used to live in Leamington Spa. Tales from the Mustache. We weren't far away from each other at all. Anyway, moving on. Yeah. We're just going to go straight to this screen. As you can see, we have the Tale of Many Warhipsters screen all set up and ready to go. There was no editing on that one because I already did it. So that's good for Josh. And all as I need to do now is just position the chat in a way on my screen where I can actually see you. Because otherwise, we end up in a situation where I can't read what the lovely people are saying. There we go. So, kicking things off as per usual, there's me. And I was like, I haven't quite done any of Project Spearhead yet. But what I have done is grown the Grand Army of Chaos.
Yeah, but this is pretty cool. This is
but
pretty damn good, right? As chat is saying.
A, these are great, and B, I've got a sneaking feeling that this will be released as a Spearhead later down the line. Maybe not. We'll see.
I hope it isn't, Rich, because then I have to paint another 10 Dark Oath Marauders in the next month.
Well, it'll come down like later down the line that they'll repackage it, or some White Dwarf rules if it doesn't come out as like a box set or something like that.
I'm pretty certain that it will be a Spearhead.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, so I will have to paint 10 Dark Oath Marauders. Plus, we don't know if there's anything else coming for the Dark Oath yet. That's the other thing that's important to note. Which is why I feel like this box is slightly oddly placed in the release schedule. In that, if this is it for the Dark Oath, then great. But I feel like there should be some Marauder Horse Archers. And a couple of other things. Maybe a Marauder Chieftain on foot.
I can't remember if they had... I can't remember if they had ones before. I know there is the Dark Oath War Queen or something like that. That's on... so there is like a foot hero model. I can't remember if they had bows before. I know they had javelins and sword and shields.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there is a bowman model that previously existed to replace, but if they got bows, that would also be great. Like an archer unit and some mounted ones.
What was her name? Wasn't it Mara Blood something? Was the Dark Oath War Queen? Was the named one?
I have
one better than I do.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
There's also
great model though.
There's also
really,
another
really nice.
Dark Oath kit on the way. Remember, it was previewed from Age of Sigmar, from Warhammer Plus.
It was like a warband.
Oh yeah, it's the one that's
it was
in the animation.
Is it like
literally does have a horse archer as well in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Isn't it like Brands Oathbound or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Because having just
No.
watched Sharp,
Also, again, gorgeous models.
having just watched
and
Sharp, it
it's-
made me laugh because it's Brand's. I think it's Brand's Oakenbrand or was there anything, but there's Colonel Brand in it, obviously, who's a baddie, played by
Yeah.
played by a space marine.
Also, I remember that one as well. Is there's an axe wielding model that's like one of the heroes of the kit that looks almost exactly like a Lord of the Rings model from Isengard. So I was like, I think I know that sculpt.
Yeah, he
but
looks
it's just
like
like a larger, slightly fancier version of it.
Yeah, he looks like the scout captain, the European
Goroth.
scout captain. Oh, Goroth. Oh, yeah.
But crucially,
Goroth,
not Bard's family.
No, not Bard family. Some of the worst ones
No.
they currently sell. No, well, look, talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
painting, inevitably you've done an amazing job. I think
Oh yeah.
these are going to look absolutely awesome alongside the rest of the Grand Army of Chaos and obviously the Slaves to Darkness in your AOS collection. So I'm sure at some point I'll have to face them across the tabletop, which will be a fun experience. But no, really nice. I love what you've done with the blending on the skin of the Wilder Fiend as well. Like that kind of, dare I say it, almost
Well,
like
the Fiend is
deep
fantastic.
purple. Yeah,
Really
it's really
lovely
nice.
purple, and then all the bones sticking out of it.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's built for contrast.
This that one taught me something really fun, which I thought I'd figured out before, but then I realised I don't think I had done it before. If you do Reichland Flesh Shade over the top of Skeleton Horde, you get that sort of rosy bone colour that they so often like to put on things.
Mm.
Nice. It's just that simple.
Yeah, it's just that simple.
Amazing.
And then I highlighted it with Screaming Skull, but
Yeah.
you didn't need to do that. Which is why I've been working on I don't know if anybody at home will be able to see it. I've been working on Spoilpox Scrivener, and I was like, oh yeah, I did that on the Wilderfiend, so that's good. But there we go. Thank you guys. Everyone's being very nice and kind in the chat, of course. But we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about all of you. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Gotkin. Please tell us what it is you've done
Hey.
and why you did it. What's your name and where'd you come from?
So this is where'd you go? These are some Minas Tirith warriors. This is a quick test paint that I put together, testing out just a very quick, simple battle-ready scheme. I've got something probably close to like 50 odd Minas Tirith miniatures, another 50 odd sort of Mordor miniatures as well to go with my quick painted Moria army. So this was probably maybe like 20-30 minutes per model, just doing a really simple quick scheme that I can repeat over a large amount of miniatures to get them up to sort of a tabletop ready standard.
They're really nice.
They are soldiers of Gondor. Whatever comes in through the rest of Tale of Many Warhipsters, they will stand their ground.
Yeah, till the troll turns up.
Yeah, and then they really don't.
Yeah.
No.
They're great.
I'm sure they'll get crushed by Adam's troll at some point.
I'm told that doesn't happen. I'm told you just roll sixes for days and win every single game.
Not last weekend.
Not last weekend. No, Rich only rolls sixes when he's playing his dwarves. When he plays his Gondor, it doesn't
Dwarves
go.
or Boromir?
Yeah, it doesn't go quite as well. Yeah, or Boromir.
When he plays with his dwarves, does he pull out a very specific set of dice? Because I might have figured it out for you.
Yeah, they come from the same
dice. They just only loved me when I was playing the dwarves.
Yeah, they
I was playing some Gondor last weekend. The Black Gate could not withstand the hordes of Mordor and Isengard and Farharad.
Yeah, Faramir got his head chopped off. Didn't go well for him.
Yeah, I've been having loads of fun with Minas Tirith and with Lord of the Rings in general lately. But yeah, it was about time to paint up some Gondor.
Yeah,
man, awesome.
I love them. They're my when you know at the end of the kind of the last 20 minutes of the Two Towers
when they're in Osgiliath and it's getting attacked by
yeah
everyone.
it's probably about a minute's worth of footage where you actually see Men of Minas Tirith. But from the theatrical releases, that was the only clue that we had as to what the warriors of Minas Tirith were going to look like. And by this point, I was deep into Lord of the Rings Warhammer. So when I saw them on screen for the first time in the Two Towers, I was really excited to get them in my hands. because they looked incredible. I was just like, yeah, just absolutely fantastic. So when they did finally come out, and obviously when the film came out, and when Return of the King came out, you saw a lot more of the Warriors of Minas Tirith, and of course you saw the Knights and things like that. We never did see the Knights of Dol Amroth, unfortunately, committed to screen. That would have been
not
fun.
in the movies.
I think I'm glad they didn't put it in, because I think it would have been confusing for everybody on screen to have two really sexy men to fall in love with in the form of Aragorn and Imrahil. But you know, there was already enough in it, so you know, we couldn't add an extra one. But they will evoke something very special in my brain every time I see them, and I love you've done them absolutely wonderful justice.
It's
Really good.
Like I said, I kept the scheme as simple as possible. The armor is literally just dry brushed, and then a couple of simple colors here and there.
Castellan has joined us tonight. Everyone's catching up in the chat. It's lovely to see. How you doing, buddy? Next up, thank you very much for these, by the way, Mr. Gotkin. We do have more Lord of the Rings, obviously, in the form of
What?
Adam.
Yes.
So, you know, you've painted quite a lot, and I need to ask you how it is. What have you done to those translucent Army of the Dead? Have you done something to them, or?
Do you mean that in a good way?
Yeah, no. As in, what have you done?
Yeah, so I actually paint the Army of the Dead and the three hunters, which you see in front of them, and also a separate picture there. So Gimli, Aragorn, and Legolas. I painted all that in a day. That's the only time I've ever done a complete, because they are a legendary within people who don't play the Lord of the Rings miniatures game. There is actually a legendary legion, so they are in effect an army that you can take, which is the Army of the Dead and the three hunters, and it's meant to represent, you know, as I've tried to do in the photo there, the bit when, you know, they jump off the ship. Get off the ship, you sea rats, there's knife work here needs doing. And then, you know, the Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas jump off, and then the Army of the Dead come flying in behind them. I painted them all up in one go, because we decided we were going to use them in our campaign, for just like as mercenaries, just to have fun with. In terms of what I did to them, so I gave them a dry brush of, I think it was Ulthuan Grey. I did play around with using Deepkin Flesh, but I didn't like how that looked. Then washed them with Bale-Tan Green. So just dry brush them down about, like, you know, about 3/4 of the way, just depending on the model. Washed them in Bale-Tan Green, so they got that nice kind of greeny look. And then did another lighter dry brush on the sort of top third, with Ulthuan Grey again, just to bring out some of the extra highlights. And that was actually a suggestion of a friend of ours, Ollie, that second dry brush, and I'm really happy with how they've come out. And if you look in the bottom corner, you can see my original King of the Dead as painted by me when I was about 11 or 12. And I would like to think there has been some improvement in the painting quality since then, because he's very much a father help, you know, 2-3 thick coats sort of model. With a very, very yellow beard, and I'm not sure what I was doing then, but anyway. So yeah, I'm really happy with them. Really happy with how they come out, and yeah, really happy with the three hunters as well. I think they look dead cool, and also, you know, Gimli, best character in Lord of the Rings.
Weirdly as tall as Aragorn and Legolas there.
Yeah, it is funny, because Aragorn's kind of like running forward.
Like it.
He looks much smaller. So when you see the king behind them, who's obviously he's floating, but he looks about 8 foot tall compared to even Aragorn. So it is quite funny, the scaling on them. I will say getting Gimli's armor right was interesting, because obviously he has that really dark red leather. So I basically did what I kind of do on the skin on my Uruk-hai Berserkers, which is a sort of combination of Cygor brown, which is already a like quite reddy brown, which, you know, is from your recipe, Josh, but with Blood Angels red layered into it.
Have I done Gimli on the channel? I don't think I have I?
I don't think, no, you haven't, because I did look. I was like, I wonder if Josh has done these.
Well, that's why I was so curious about what happened here with the Army of the Dead, because it's a really nice surprise. You've done a really good job on them. They look great. But also, normally you ask me about these things, so I'm a little bit heartbroken that you're now cheating on me with Ollie. As I say, he was only responsible for the second dry brush. The rest of it was all my original idea on how to try and do it. In that case, I shall forgive you. However, I find out that you're getting your painting tips from somebody else. I swear to God, I will come down there and I will smash those models.
I'm very
He's
sorry.
painted so many in the Warhipster style now. He's actually starting to branch out on his own and making his own recipes, or using what he's learned on new models.
I've graduated. I'm a real boy now. Yeah. So
and I will say the photos don't quite do the 300s justice, because they do look fantastic in person as well. Having seen these and the Army of the Dead, and obviously Spirit of Dirthu is one of the coolest models in AOS. So
yeah. So
great stuff
on the other two, I'll keep it brief. I did the Spirit of Dirthu and the Soul Scryer for the Ishran Soul Scryer for the Ideneth. The reason I'm doing these is part of Project Spearhead, which Josh has been talking about. So I will getting the Ideneth Spearhead ready, and in fact, if you look behind me, I have got the eels on the desk ready to go at the moment. I'm in the process of painting those up. So yeah, finished the Soul Scryer.
I've got something that I need to work on as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I've got
at one point.
I've got the Soul Scryer for the for that Spearhead, and the Spirit of Dirthu. It should be a Tree Lord for the Spearhead, but because I'd built it as Spirit of Dirthu, and I just wanted to get it painted, so I will just play it, if I need to, as a Tree Lord. But otherwise, yes, it's a Spirit of Dirthu, which is an absolutely awesome model. The Sylvaneth.
You can't not build him with the big sword.
Well, exactly. He's a tree man with a giant kind of like molten sword. What more do you want? Yeah. Like, it's just so cool. And yeah, it's quite cool because you do, compared to my other Sylvaneth, there's a lot more there's the kind of ghostly, or I guess the iron bark, which is the kind of Space Wolves grey colour you can see there on the flesh, for want of a better term, as well as all the moss and tree and plant stuff on him, which I've tried to do in different tones of green and greeny blue, so just make him look a bit different, as well as what I would call the birch bark, which is the claw and the face. So yeah, really, it's a really cool model actually, really, really nice, and contrast obviously works brilliantly for it because it goes really well over like natural kind of quite, I guess, knobbly wood as it's meant to be there. So yeah, really happy with it, so hope people like it.
Yeah, as well you should be. Just to explain to you, Forge Father Vulcan, Project Spearhead is this insane plan that I've had this month to essentially have in the region of 10 to 14. It's actually increased from last time we spoke on Monday, actually, chat. From 10 to 14 different spearheads ready for AOS 4 so that I can make 40,000 battle reports on my channel with these guys, on Liam's channel with his guys, and anyone who wants spear, all those channels out there that are like, yeah, we would do AOS, but we just don't have any armies. I'll be like, bro, I've got 14, so if you want some AOS content, let's just get together and everything will be all right. So
it is funny how MeTime May suddenly became Spearhead May.
Oh no, but I'm so excited for it. So it is still MeTime May. I'm like, yes,
still
I want it.
Spring, surely.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's and I've got a funny feeling, ladies and gentlemen, that AOS 4 isn't actually all that far away now. I'm guessing 20th of June.
Well, we'll find out what it's like in about 2 weeks, right?
Oh yeah, and we'll have the whole box previewed in a week tomorrow.
Reforged.
Yeah. Anyway, Thank you very much, Mr. ADR Wargaming. We must move on to PT13 painting. Who has done something? It is him. I haven't just skipped twice. Yes. Mr. PT13 painting has not painted any Astra Militarum. This month he painted 2 Armiger Knights because he wanted to fight Joe at Warhammer World. And the best way to do that is with some Armiger Knights.
These are cool. These are very cool. I like what he's done.
I'm assuming custom bits on the one on the right as well, which make it look really, really cool with the shield, the helmet, the axe as well.
Yeah, the axe.
That is a. I mean, I know they're an Imperial Knights army, but that is a knight model, and I love it.
Captain Mannerings has pointed out that he has painted some Astra Militarum. There is the turret of the Land Raider there.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, that is a good point. I am remiss in that respect. Also, he's painted some Space Marines by the looks of things.
Seal cults. They're maybe blood brothers, and that's why the Imperial Knights beat them up.
Yeah. These are really lovely. They're so clean. Look how smooth they are.
Yeah.
They're really nice.
It's almost obnoxious.
But they're like there's like a certain like depth in the shading and like all the pin washing that he's done that give them almost like this. While they are clean, they still have like that grittiness to them, which I really really like.
Yeah.
And then obviously transfers make it look epic as always.
Yeah, the transfers are excellent on it, and I like the addition of the tank and stuff to the base as well. It's just real nice. The turret.
I really love that use of the chain axe. I think it looks better than the chain blade on the other one. Not that he's painted it better. I think it makes the model look better. Carrying the weapon.
Yeah,
in
well,
an
especially with the
articulated
shield
hand.
as well.
Yeah,
It makes them
no,
more
for sure.
knight-like.
Yeah, absolutely. These are great. These are absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah,
I love them.
really really nice.
I really love them. And the decal work. Sorry, the decal work on it is perfect as well. I would say.
You can't see any seams or joins or anything. It's just really well integrated.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff, Paul.
Nice, Paul.
Miss you, buddy.
Yeah,
We
really
should
nice
play
job.
games together again at some point. He was being very rude about Diablo 4 the other night. He called it the pressing A game, which it is. But like,
You don't need to remind me.
but Joe and I were enjoying it. Anyway, lovely stuff, Paul. Really great.
Real nice.
Next up, Colonel. Colonel's got
Hey.
loads of stuff.
Oh, sorry, Colonel.
Yeah, it's been a busy boy.
So Colonel is clearly part of Project Spearhead as well.
Yeah.
In the form of the 10 Grimghast Reapers. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
Because I keep calling them.
You know better than me.
I keep calling them Bladeghast Revenants, which is not anything.
They're like the big sort Bladegeist revenants.
But maybe it's like the new thing
Yeah.
that's coming. Who knows?
Well, what I've done is I've amalgamated the two, but we have. I've completed. What did I say? What are they called? Grimghast
Reapers.
Grimghast Reapers. But not only that, there are 4 Sentinels here.
Yeah.
One is from his repainted. He said he's working on this in the background. Repainted Steel Legion. The other 3 are his Katajan.
Yeah, I was going to say the Catchan ones are awesome. I love all the additional good use of the Citadel Skulls box that's clearly been raided to be attached to the front of the Sentinels. There, I really like that.
Yeah, and you can't quite see it as well in this picture, but it looks like they've got like jungle like fronds over the top of the hat. Let me know if that's like green stuff or like you've sculpted those, or whether you've literally found like the really really old jungle terrain from like the 3rd edition box set or something like that, because I do remember those old jungle trees that were there, but I'm guessing this is maybe green stuff or something like that, or some sort of other
Oh, cool though.
jungle stuff. But very cool. And also for your Steel Legion, I hope you have some of the old models, because those they're an older, smaller sculpt, but they're so characterful. So if you do have some of those, definitely paint them up, and I'd love to see them.
I love Sentinels when they're in Catachan armies.
They did it really.
They're just one of those things, right? Where it's like, so with the Astra Militarum in particular, there are elements of the army that fit way more into specific regiments, in my mind, right? And I think that has continued on as well with some of the more recent releases. So things like the what they call the field ordnance batteries. I look at those and they don't scream Cadia to me. They scream Steel Legion to me. Don't know why. They just do. Or in fact the heavy artillery piece, the long gun, just the normal, not the missiles or the big las cannon, just the normal long gun, also screams Death Corps of Krieg to me. Scout Sentinels have always looked perfect in a Catachan army.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of Return of the Jedi.
Oh, with the ATSTs in the jungle.
Yeah, I get you.
Getting crushed
but
to
also
death.
like with like the chainsword and like the flavor on the front as well. It's like the perfect dense jungle rather than rolling a heavy tank through it. Like Catachans have always, again, to me, felt like more infantry than usual to get through the jungle, But the tanks that they would bring with them are like, Sentinels.
Yeah. Isn't there in like the old? There's an old Catachan supplement that had Sentinels on the front?
Maybe. I'm not sure. There's the classic sort of Catachan Jungle Fighter old, like the old art from back in 3rd and 4th ed, but that's just got Catachan on the front. I'm not sure if there's a Sentinel behind him. Maybe.
I can't remember.
Yeah, not sure.
But yeah, you're also, not to forget them, your Grimghast Reapers look lovely. We're big fans of your Blue Nighthawk, Colonel. Very big fans of them.
Yeah.
How far off
Great
are
scheme.
you from having Spearhead Nighthawk ready? And do you want to race Alice? Because she has a Knight of Shrouds and 10 Grimghast Reapers to paint. She's well up for it. She won't say anything in the chat because I think she's busy at the moment. I think she's painting at the moment, and she might prove me wrong. But you can race with Alice to see who can get it done first, or are you already done? In which case you win.
I was gonna say as well, we've not gonna put anything down in set in stone or anything, but we have talked on the tales before about potentially doing a meetup with people at the end to see everyone's models and whatnot. If there's a couple of spearheads that people have painted there, and AOS 4 is released by then, maybe that could be a good opportunity to play a couple of games while we admire people's models.
Maybe. But yeah, no, lovely work, Colonel. Thank you very much.
Next up,
Chewy.
Classic minute.
Yeah, so we got he's handed us some classic treats. These are all classic treats because the 5 Deathwing Terminators on the right are from Dark Vengeance.
They are from Dark Vengeance.
I say they're Dark Vengeance. I got that box. I know those Terminators well.
They're an infamous box, that one, because it was a strange choice of Games Workshop to put Legion specific miniatures in that box. Not Legion, sorry, chapter specific miniatures in that box.
Yeah, it was chapter specific, and all the tactical marines in there had molded Dark Angel symbols on their shoulder pads, so they could only ever be Dark Angels. So if you got that starter box, you were playing Dark Angels.
Yeah. And if you wanted it for the Chaos Space Marines, you were playing Khorne World Eaters.
Yeah.
Because the Chosen weren't in anything else other than... well, I mean, you could obviously paint them as whatever you wanted, but they had...
yeah, I think they were a bit more generic, but yeah. Still.
But yeah, it was an interesting one. Anyway, we've got some really classic plastic from the Dark Vengeance days. But then we've got, I think it's a metal Terminator from back in the day.
It's like it, doesn't it? Looks like one of the
it's the very straight arms that gives me that feeling that it's a metal one. It looks... Maybe it's just the base that's doing the sort of optical trickery, but it doesn't look quite as small as like some of the really, really old metal ones. But maybe it's like the next version up that was still metal, or maybe it's just the base making it look larger.
Yeah, I can't remember if it is. Star Pilot says they were Red Corsairs in there. And you are absolutely correct. They were Red Corsairs. It's also the box that had the Disco Hellbrute.
Yes.
I love that Hellbrute model because for ages it was the only one you could get. They then did bring out a multi-part one, but there was a number of people I knew who had multiple of that Hellbrute. And when you deployed them all together, it looked like they were doing a flash mob.
It's funny you say that as well, because I think I probably only realised maybe last year that the Hellbrute kit was actually just multi-part these days, because that one was so like ingrained in my memory.
It's so
I was just like, yeah, Hellbrutes are just multi-melter and like fist or whatever it was that you got there, and it's like no, you can build them. It's like, oh really? How multi-part is the kit? Oh wait, you just build everything. Okay, when did that happen?
It wasn't Red Corsairs. The warband's called Crimson Slaughter. That's right, that was the name. They were called the Crimson Slaughter.
That does ring a bell.
I remember the name of the Dark Angels captain. He was like Captain Balthazar something or other. It was specifically Balthazar because everyone called him Balthazar, but it was spelled Balthazar.
Wasn't the
guy
have
the librarian around somewhere still?
the guy leading the Crimson Slaughter was Cranon the Relentless or something, wasn't it? Which always makes me think of Nandor from.
Maybe I was a little too relentless.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also have a lovely, lovely older apothecary as well. I love the firstborn Marines.
I know he's a cool looking dude.
So nostalgic about him.
I love what Chewie's done on the all the little vials as well around his belt. They're all so individually coloured and so clearly picked out. It's just really nice. I also love the fact that he's obviously got the heart at the centre of the in the old style. He's got the heart at the centre of the Imperialis there. So he looks like a big Care Bear.
Yeah, it really evokes.
Here we go.
The 90s and early noughties, as it were.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's those brighter.
Yeah, this is like this whole collection is just like, oh, when you're first going to Warhammer, just like, I mean, this wasn't my first starter kit, but when I was getting back into the game, it was the ones that got me into it. And then classic Apothecary is just pure old school. And yeah, the white is so cleanly done there as well. And having just been painting some, even just a little bit of white on shields, takes some getting. Takes a lot of layering to get that clean of a white.
Painting white.
My first 40k starter kit was Black Templar's Dark Eldar. That was my first one.
Yeah, that was my first one as well. Me and my brother both got that one, and then none of us played the Dark Eldar, so they were just kind of like the army that we swapped between us to play against.
Yeah.
So both did Space Marines, I think.
Wonder if they would bring back the old school 40k. Yeah, they could do the old universe. They could update. They could update this one.
They do already
50,
have Porous Heresy, which kind of fills that niche, but
the old Galaxy.
Yeah.
Call this one Warhammer 50,000, and then just bring out Warhammer 40,000. I
mean, if they do want to advance that storyline, they could be just like, yep, we're going leaps and bounds. We're just going to advance a couple of 100,000 years, just stretch it out. And oh, look, now it's the Emperor's dead. We're in the far-flung future. We get to do all the models all over again, and your old models are now in a new game system.
They need to reprint that Dark Vengeance this Christmas like they did BFM last year. Yeah, maybe they will. I mean, they don't need to reprint it. I can tell you for certain that there are still hundreds of copies of that floating around, because it was quite hard towards the end of 7th edition, beginning of 8th. 8th hadn't been yet announced, but everyone knew it was on its way. Trying to sell Dark Vengeance was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, because people would come in with a lot of. There was a lot of. It was kind of the early days of Warhammer Internet, so there was a lot of information out there, and so people were looking it up and going, "Oh yeah, no, I don't want that." So they'd come into the shop and be like, "Oh, I've never done this before," and you go, "Brilliant! It's kind of, let's do an intro, shall we?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, no, that's fine. I want 4 Riptides." Oh.
And you're just starting, and you. All right,
yeah.
Okay, that's the beginner army that you want.
Yeah, so it was great. But these are fantastic, Cheery. Lovely little dose of nostalgia. Thank you very much, Cheery. Next up, we have Lakuva with more Dark Angels. This time we have the contents of the Combat Patrol now all finished. So we have the Chaplain and the 3 Inceptors. This is the old Combat Patrol, right? There's a new one, isn't there?
Yeah.
This is the old Combat Patrol.
I can't remember if there's a new one, but this was always one of my favourites because it's such a lovely mix of miniatures. Like you get your fast attack, you've got your elites, you've got your chaplain in there, you got your base troops as well. It was one of those ones that just felt fairly repeatable as well, where you want absolutely everything in there, and you don't have a random impulsor to just not build or paint.
Yes, the Blood Angels Combat Patrol, which is full of precisely 0 combat units.
It felt like basically every, apart from this one, the Space Force, almost every one of them had just a random impulsor in it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You can just drift the impulsor into people and just hit them. That's the Blood Angels tactic with it.
It's just a weird box, that one. It's an impulsor, a librarian, I think 10 intercessors and maybe there's some aggressors in it. I
Mm.
can't remember now.
I think 3 aggressors in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3. The Dark Angels one now is 3 Blade Guard.
Yeah, no, the Dark Angels one is, but the Blood Angels one is the
Oh,
weird
the Blood
one.
Angels one. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking of the Dark Angels one.
I'm gonna look it up now because it is such a strange box. Yeah, it does have 3 aggressors in it.
I will
It's
say I
good
love
value for a Space Marine army.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got 5
I will say-
incursors in it and 5 intercessors, an impulsor, 3 aggressors, and a Primaris librarian.
That's it.
There you go.
Even
Now
with
I
a mix.
remember. Anyway, let's talk about Lakuva's Dark Angels, because that's what we're
The
really
chaplain
here to do.
here is especially good, and
Yeah.
I like the dust effect that he's got going on the bottom of the cloak, as well as all the different like bones and gold bits picked out as well.
Yeah, looks really, really good. And I think just across the whole army, the he's nailed the Dark Angels green. Like Lakuva's nailed the Dark Angels green. I think it looks really good. I think the red on the weapons is really nice and smooth, and it just gives that like classic Dark Angels look. So yeah, I really, really lovely. And also the bone, obviously on the Aquila or the Imperialis, looks really nice as well.
Yeah, lovely job.
People are trying to remind me that aggressors are a combat unit. They're not. I know they have 2 power fists, but no one has used them as a combat unit first and foremost. What they were good for was the Boltstorm gauntlets and the Fragstorm grenade launchers, or in an Overwatch meta, really good with the Flamestorm gauntlets. No one was using them as frontline combat options for Blood Angels, given as they had access to the Death Company, the Blade Guard, and the Sanguinary Guard.
Oh yeah, in Blood Angels, not at all. In Ultramarines, maybe put some
Yeah. Everyone else.
put some characters in there and then charge them in. But Blood Angels, not your first choice.
Yeah, exactly. The only way it worked for combat with aggressors was if you had Brother Corbulo standing nearby in 8th edition. Because you could punch them up to strength 10 and they'd get an extra attack as well. Which was pretty gross. But again, they just got flattened by everybody because we were playing ITC rules, so everyone went, I'm going to take Gangbusters so I can kill all of your 3 wound models for points. Haha! You go, cool, this is an interactive way to play the game.
So old school.
Who, me?
No, the reference to Gangbusters. It just feels so like such a throwback.
Yeah, not a good throwback.
No.
It's a dark time in 40k, that one. Anyway, I completely agree with all of your sentiments about the Dark Angels. Lakuva, your Dark Angels are always wonderful to behold. He did also actually send me the recipe, so we talked about it last week. He sent me the episode. He sent me the recipe for his power sword, which had the like sort of almost tiger striping thing going on it, which was very useful. It was when he says he watched Juan's video, I'm guessing you mean Juan Hidalgo, but maybe not, about non-metallic metal Damascus steel patterns, but tried it with metallic paints. Sword was Iron Warriors, then a 1-to-1 mix of Black Templar, Contrast, and then Lead Belcher. Probably get away. He says you could probably get away with black, then a metal color to draw the pattern. Don't know if it sells. I think my lines need to be finer. And I disagree with you, Luca. Your power sword looked wonderful. It's really nice. Should just point out. Thank you very much for sending that to me. I will give it a go myself on something. But yeah, always a pleasure to see some Dark Angels making their way. I love the Green Wing. They're great, aren't they? Do you know what the one thing I would like them to do though? I'd like the Dark Angels to get some shooter units that aren't plasma.
Well, but
Plasma's so classic though.
It's the Dark Angels thing, isn't it?
I know, but their whole thing is we've got weapons from the Dark Age, which means we've got lots and lots of plasma. No, it doesn't, because if you look at other Space Marine armies around the galaxy, they're all rocking 30 Hellblasters. So you're not the only ones with plasma. I'd like to see. I would like to see a Dark Angel shooter unit with Volkite Eradicators. And
it like harkens back to the old days, like in 3rd, 4th edition. I was going to say this with the Imperial Guard as well. Is every chapter or every Imperial Guard regiment had its own like favorite weapons. So you got the Salamanders as flamers and melters and whatnot. Dark Angels with plasma. To be fair, it kind of didn't go much further than that. It was more prevalent in the Astra Militarum, where it's like, okay, these people like their autocannons, these people like their missile launchers, and it went a little bit deeper. But it's kind of just stuck with Dark Angels, and I don't know, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, each to their own. You're all wrong, but each to their own. No, I'm joking. Thank you very much, Lakuva. Wonderful stuff. Next up, we have the Tattooed Zoologist with a lot of flesh, of course.
Yeah.
We have a Terrorgeist / Zombie Dragon. I can't remember which one it is.
Terrorgeist,
It's
that
one of the two. We have a
Really lovely.
Crypt Horror. We have a Crypt Ghast Courtier. We have some Crypt Horror, Ghouls. And we have some Morbeg
Ghouls.
Knights.
Little green ghouls, man. These are cool. These are cool.
Yeah, really lovely.
Yeah, I mean, they are
I
little green
love
ghouls,
the
really.
purple on the wings of the Terrorgeist. Like that
Yeah, it's
really
pretty
dark, rich purple against like the red and the bone and all the bloody nature of the all the different sort of ghoulish creatures. Yeah, really lovely job.
Yeah.
It is very vampiric. No, it looks really good. I really like it. And I do like the use, the gratuitous use of blood.
Oh, yeah.
Blood, but no bits of sick. Well, possibly, but none on the models. Really, really, really good. Sorry, just little Dark Place reference for those of you who have watched that show. But no, really, really nice. I think these are lovely, fantastic. I assume there's going to be a big family photo at some point, Josh, that you're just holding back.
Not at this point.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah.
But everyone has to send me those
Further down the line.
in a couple of months' time.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
we're on
these-
episode
these-
10. Got 2 left.
It's
Plus
fast.
an epilogue.
Fast approaching.
I also enjoy the use of Scrabble tiles for labelling of items in the background.
Did spot that as well.
I appreciate that. I think that's really good as well. It's good. I like it. I haven't done my Terrorgeist yet, Tattooed Zoologist. So you'll have to tell me what it was like to build and paint it, because I'm kind of dreading it because it's an older monster kit. And Adam saw me get really unnecessarily angry at a Carnosaur.
There was a lot of rage involved. It was quite impressive.
I was getting unseasonably,
Oh,
unreasonably
good. I've just got
angry
one of
at
those.
it.
I have one of those to build, so that should be fun.
What do you mean only 2 left? There's only 2 months left. We do this for a year. The tale of Winnie Warhipsters is not eternal. We have to have a bit of a time off.
Well, just we chunk it up into seasons, and then we have like monthlies, and then we come back for a new season.
Yeah. It's how you keep the story. It's how you keep the story like well managed. If we turn Tale of Many Warhipsters into Coronation Street Hipsters, and we did it every week or every month for the rest of time, people would get tired of the format and they wouldn't want to submit in the end. And then it would just be me going, "This is what I did this month," and everybody going, "Yeah, we know, shut up."
That would also mean we'd all have to be like quite chipper people from Manchester. Whereas being, I know I love Manchester having lived there, but being from London, I am biased and do think we have to go for more of like a never-ending misery EastEnders type vibe. But fair enough.
Or throw in like for some Australian flair, we can throw in Neighbours, where this one street is like, if you added up like everything that happened on the episodes, would be like the crime hotspot of all of Australia.
Well, it's like the county in Midsummer.
And most diseases, most deaths, all this sort of stuff because of all the drama.
Yeah. No. Yeah. If you ever want to cheer yourself up, people, watch EastEnders at Christmas, because trust me, they're having a worse time than you are. But anyway, back to this. No, really, really love these. These are awesome, and I look forward to seeing Tattoo Zoologist, your collection in full at the end of Tally Many Warhipsters, because I think it's going to look particularly ghoulish in a good way, as Flesh Eater Courts should.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is we will do, just to explain it, Alec man, don't feel bad, don't worry, I'm just saying. What I think we will do is we'll do episode 11, we'll do episode 12, and then we will do a prologue. What's the epilogue?
Epilogue. We're doing a prologue. We're a bit late for that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the prequels. It'll be like Star Wars.
Yeah, we'll make the beginning part afterwards.
My brother said it'd be very easy though for me to do prologues, because all I have to do is just shave. So if you go back to episode 1 of this, It's a very different man you see before you. So if I just shave, it'll look like I'm doing I'll be doing a prologue. But yeah, we will do an epilogue afterwards. So there will still be 2 more unit entries, 11 and 12, and then we'll do episode 13, which is like the wrap up / celebration / pat on the back for everybody for making it through the whole thing. So we made that member bet about the beard. I can't remember what the member bet was. Anyway, moving on. Fake Street Spirit has finished off the Cities of Sigmar box.
Is it a spearhead? Isn't it a spearhead? I think it's a spearhead, isn't it?
This is not a spearhead yet.
No, you need the... Is the marshal in here? It's a marshal and the cannon that you need to add to this to get the spearhead.
Oh yes, the Iron Weld Great Cannon. These are cool though. I love the individual free guild knights. They're pretty awesome. Yeah,
this is the army set contents. So yeah, we got the Living City, is that right? Fake Street Spirit. Sorry, he was here. And yeah, behold. I love the Cities of Sigmar. They're so good, aren't they?
They're just another example of AOS
very, very good.
Knocking it out of the park. Really, really nice.
Yeah, these are definitely some of like the best new models that have come out. I've warmed up to the bucket helmets. Don't feel that bad about them now because the rest of the range and even those models themselves are just so stunningly sculpted, and they've been so well painted here. And everyone that has submitted Cities of Sigmar, that they are, now some of my favorite models in AOS for sure.
Yeah. No, they're just lovely, and I think Fake Street Spirit's done a cracking job on them. As I say, my favorite bit of all this, which is no comment on the other bits because all of it looks great. I mean, that banner, that Living City banner, is fantastic. But I just love the way you've done the Free Guild Knights all in their own like personal heraldry.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
That's just so cool, because that was like with a lot of the Fantasy Knights army. So like Bretonia, one of the cool things about Bretonia in now Old World and formerly Fantasy Battles was that you saw people with armies that were like all the knights were painted in their individual heraldry, because obviously they're all individual noble knights. And with this, you've got the kind of the AOS equivalent in the free guilds. It's just really lovely to see it again.
I love as well the concept of it in AOS, because like there are. I mean, thingy's always is the same, right? The old world is, you never know what you might end up going to war with. But at the point we're at in the old world, more often than not, Bretonia is just having disagreements with the border princes and the Empire, occasionally fighting the Tomb Kings and stuff like that. And obviously, orcs are a problem for everybody.
Yeah, orcs, Chaos Warbands roaming around.
Yeah, but you're not having to like contend with bloodthirsters left, right, and centre, right? That's not a thing yet. Whereas in Age of Sigmar, there are untold horrors that are around the corner. So one of the things I really love about the Cavaliers is they come from miles around to go out on these Dawnbringer crusades with the rest of the Dawnbringers. Some even travel between realms, only to then get immediately chewed up by a giant orc riding a pig. Which I adore it. Or to get crushed by a god like Kragnos, for example. I think it's wonderful.
These guys don't get reforged as either. They are regular humans.
Oh yeah, no, they are
fighting the good fight.
Once they're dead, they're off to see Nagash. They are very dead.
Yeah.
Well, unless they're very, very heroic and they fall fighting chaos.
That's true.
Sigmar might yoink you. Be like, you right there, you're Stormcast material, my friend. These honestly are wonderful, and like I love that we're seeing more and more Cities of Sigmar armies starting to come together in all the different cities as well. Because I like that. I think it's one of those things where, because it came out, I mean, it's really not that old, really, at this point, like 6 to 8 months old now. Because I think everybody knew the edition was coming to an end. I think a lot of people with Cities of Sigmar have just chosen their favourite colours to paint it, and so I've just gone for it. Yeah, and just like really leaned into different cities and things, because sometimes like I'll give you an example. When the Leagues of Votan came out, everyone wanted Ymir Conglomerate videos. That was it. No one wanted anything else. They just wanted Ymir Conglomerate because
and the orange ones as well. They were the other really popular one, weren't they?
For the painting, sure, but for the playing side of it, most people were like, "I'm thinking of doing the Ymir Conglomerate," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's a shock." I wonder why that.
Yeah, you do get that sometimes, where it's like, why is every Space Marine force that every Space Wolf force that I phase always successes with all these exploding hits and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, that's
back
why
in 9th, for example.
That's why the change to just paint it how you want. It doesn't matter from a game point standpoint. It's quite good, right? Because you can
from a hobbyist perspective, for sure.
Yeah, if you want to be competitive with it, you can be, and you can still have you can have your league of everything everywhere in your case, Josh, right? And it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Josh's
Leagues of Votan, sponsored by EE. Not actually sponsored. Please don't demonetize me for lying to people. It's not #ad. It's just a joke, YouTube.
So that's really good, and yeah, it's not. I hope, and I can't remember. They probably have said this already. For AOS, I kind of hope that goes across as well, because it would just be cool. Like, paint them how you want. You want to do Living City, you want to do Mist Haven, you want to do what's the one with all the cannons? I forget the name.
Greywater Fastness.
Greywater Fastness. Yeah, you do it how you want.
Cities of Sigmar has so many great color schemes as well that you could pick any of them, or you want to do all of them. I know Jamie, who's on the conclave with us, had such a hard time just picking his favorite color scheme because they were all great.
Yeah, he couldn't decide. And I love, this is a great example of where, Fake Street Spirit is done. Like, that green for the Living City is it's perfect. Like, it's a lovely, rich, verdant green that really sort of picks out the double shade as well, because obviously you've got the lighter green underneath in the detail.
Yeah.
But it really brings it to life. And it's just cool when people get to do that with their own army without having to worry about, if I bring this to the tabletop, then... or if I take it to a tournament, my opponent's going to go, actually, you're living cities and they are the weakest of the whatever the allegiances are within the codex.
Yeah.
It's like, no, man, they're whatever I want them to be. It could be Milton Keynes.
Or you spent up 2-3 years painting an army, and then you go, it's like, oh yeah, sorry, the way you painted them means they're not very good at the game anymore. It's like, well, okay.
They have stated that it's not color scheme dependent anymore.
Yeah, that's cool.
So you're not going to play as the Hammers of Sigmar, you're going to play as the From Golden Light They Come tactic.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's the Custodes one, but...
There you go, Fake Street Spirit. These can be from the Living City, or they can be from Welwyn Garden City. It's entirely up to you. You can pick your own personal favourite city that you like. Milton Keynes, Stevenage, Slough. I don't know, I'm trying to think of some up north. Bolton. All are available.
Yeah, they're wonderful, Fake Street Spirit. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mini Painting Dad, who's got another slide after this one, but we have an Ionis Cryptborn.
That's really good.
And I feel I spotted, I don't know if I'm correct, but I spotted some of you were joking about some sort of drinking game every time a dragon comes up, so...
Yep.
Everybody...
I really love this one.
Cheers all.
I'm not sure if this is just the...
Go
on. Not sure if this... I think it's more likely the paint job. I love how the red almost looks slightly desaturated, and I think it's because the slightly more warmish orange highlights and sort of dry brushing these done over the wings there. But I really love that red on it. It's such a really nice natural red that you've got to it. It makes the dragon look almost a little bit more realistic to it.
Yeah. This is beautiful.
It's really, really nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
It is offensively good. Mine's sitting over there, primed and now looking really forlorn. And I feel like I should probably paint it up at some point ahead of AOS 4. And this is definitely an inspiration. It's just so nice, so naturalistic. Just ignoring the excellent job on Ionis himself and Craig or whatever the dragon's called. I can't remember.
Craig the dragon.
Craig the dragon. What's his name? His name's it begins with a K sound, doesn't it?
It's Cathorak, I think.
Cathorak. Sounds like Craig. He goes by Craig, right? Ignoring all that for a second.
His friends.
yeah, ignoring all that for a second, the just the stonework and the ironwork underneath, I think that's fantastic. How aged it looks and how kind of naturalistic, and it blends into like the sort of moss and the tufts and stuff on the base. It's really, really nice.
Says Mini Paint Dad is in the chat. Says the wings are actually airbrushed with different tones of red and then dry brushed.
Lovely. Well, a testament to the power of dry brushing and airbrushing to some extent.
Yeah, that's great, man. It's really, really good.
You're definitely right about the base, so having those green tones, and it was something that we saw with the Life City in the last one as well. Having that complementary color in your base, so red and green, for example, are complementary colors, opposite ends of the color spectrum, or color wheel rather, means it really offsets it. But those can be hard to do, especially green and red, without it looking like Christmassy, for example.
Yeah.
But having that slightly more bluish tinge to it as well, and that sort of like almost turning it into sort of aqua. And then having that reflected in the cloak as well really ties it all together and really offsets to make that red pop even more.
Yeah. It's really good, and the white is very crisp as well on the various details on Ionis itself.
It's just really good color placement, isn't it? And like it shows a real natural understanding of, like, obviously miniatures are supposed to be a reflection of something in the real world, and the real world doesn't necessarily always sit as you know, color accurate based on color theory or whatever. But when you place colors like this and you add the shocks of white and this, that, and the other, and you've got your triads all based there, and it's just really well done. It's just really, really, really well done, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Mini Painting Dad, you've got another one for us as well, which I will just throw on the screen as well.
More
for everybody to behold.
Yes. I'm actually wearing my World Eaters.
This man loves his red, and red loves him, because I can see where you're doing the airbrushing there on the rhino on the left there, but it just looks so good.
Yeah, that's real
gold.
Nice.
Yeah.
The skin tone as well on the word bearer on the berserker is really good. And I like what you've done with the mask on the what's he called, Lord Invocatus. Because you've done the like almost like it's like demonic flesh up to the top, and then the horns are the red part. That's really cool. I've not seen somebody do that before, but I really like it. Like around his mouth.
Pete McF has just said, "Man, every time I see these streams, I feel like anything I submit just isn't on the same level or deserving of a spot." Listen,
trust me, we'll like it.
Everything you guys do deserves a spot in this stream, 100%. This is about celebrating you and the wonderful stuff that you've made. Comparing yourself to other people or thinking you're not as good as somebody else is ludicrous, because we're all united in the fact that we all painted miniatures. We did something that 95% of the population of the world didn't do. So if at any point you don't think that you're a good enough painter, just remember that most of the people that you know in your life and have met in your life are worse painters than you, because they haven't done it, and they wouldn't know where to begin or wouldn't know how to do it, and so they would definitely be worse, air quotes, than you would be. So just remember, you're a brilliant painter because you painted. That is enough for me. That means if you painted a miniature, you deserve to be here, always, 100%, categorically, no questions asked.
Submit.
You are enough, and your work is worthy.
Yeah, submit your stuff, man. Get it in. We'll have a look at it, and trust me, we'll be nice about it. Not that we will need to be nice about it, because it'll be excellent. But yeah, Lord Avocado. Do you know what the thing is? I mean, this miniature is very cool, but the way that Mini Painting Dad has also done it, like with that black-red blend, I just like this is just like this thing looks like it should just have metal playing in the background, like a proper like guitar.
Yeah, you definitely need like a really like heavy guitar like riff behind this.
Or some.
Oh.
Just playing in the background. If you don't know that song, look it up. But yeah, just that as he just flies across the battlefield. Although, as Captain Mannerings has pointed out, he does no longer fly in the rules. because he could fly for some reason in ninth. So yeah, but on the painting front, awesome job. Love the gold, love the red, love everything. Really, really nice.
Why do we call him Lord Avocado? Because his name's Lord Invocatus and people can't spell.
Yeah.
And it's close enough. It's the same reason that the
Robot
Lord
Gorilla
Discordant
Man
is Disco Lord, for example.
Yeah.
No, he's called Disco because he's funky as hell.
I mean that too.
Every time, see, this is the difference, right? Every time the Lord Invocatus comes on, you get speed metal. Every time the Disco Lord turns up, you just get like slap bass.
Yeah.
Get the Bee Gees.
Staying alive.
But yeah, these are really like, honestly, as a raft of painting from Mini Painting Dad, Ionis, a Rhino, some troops, and Lord Invocatus. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff, Mini Painting Dad, honestly.
Well
Really,
done,
really real top work. You'll have to tell me how you did the Juggernaut, because that's a really nice. Like, what are the paints you used? If you used an airbrush, that's fine, but I might try and replicate something very similar for my what are they called? Blood crushers. Crushers of the blood.
What are we here to do? Crush your blood. It's a very difficult task, crushing a liquid, but we'll do it.
It's great. Great stuff, Mini Painting Dad. Next up, we have Dan Buster UK, who submitted a raft of things right at the last minute.
AOS Central tonight.
Yes. We have a Varg Ulf Courtier. We have 10 Chosen. And we have 5 Warriors of Chaos.
Cool.
Is it 5 Warriors of Chaos? It is 5 Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah.
Big shield lads.
Yeah, it's a Chaos Warriors. I love the pops of green on the base as well. It really sets off the model because they're very, like, having the silver and black and red, and a lot of them can look very busy and very close together, and having the contrast of the green on the base actually really pops it off and makes you able to sort of discern the other parts a lot better as well.
I do.
These are great though.
I do love the new, again, AOS knocking it out of the park with the sculpts. We forget about the Chaos range because we've had Cities of Sigmar and other stuff and Flesh Eater Courts more recently, but the Chaos range in AOS looks really, really good. Like all Chaos miniatures,
the new Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, the Chosen. They suffer from the world of being trim city, and painting all that trim is a Herculean effort, which has pulled off perfectly. What I do really like about these, what I was going to say, compared to like Chaos Space Marines in 40k, is I like the fact you can do them with that like burnished iron armor. So it is just that's like silver and gold trim rather than like black or pink or blue or whatever your Chaos Legion is. Or I guess Iron Warriors get closest to this in 40k, but I really think it just nails that look of like the Chaos Warriors of Warhammer Fantasy Battle transitioned really nicely over into AOS, and they are such an iconic unit. The big shield, horned helmet, kind of walking along, with the fur on the shoulders as well. And Dan Buster's pulled it off beautifully here. I think the gore on the axe is another thing to talk about, and on all the weapons actually, because everybody's got a little bit.
The gore is great. I mean, obviously on the Vargov Courtier as well, there's tons of gore, tons of wonderfully executed fur and such. But you're right, these are such great models and such great resculpts that they've done. I was very, very close to picking up a Chaos Spearhead box because they are such wonderful models. But it was the trim, having to paint that trim. I know I can do it, but it would be enough to put me off not getting them done. So they would sit on a shelf while I didn't do them. So that's why I picked up the Seraph on the end. But you've done an absolutely wonderful job here, Dan Buster. You should be really proud of these.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you've done fantastic.
Sorry, YouTube have just emailed me back about the stupid gifting situation, and it is the dumbest response I've ever had in my life. Yeah.
Is it a fix, or is it just a dumb corporate response?
No, it's just I'm just not eligible to have it.
Oh. Boo.
Weird.
So, sorry guys, if you want to gift memberships to the channel but you're on an iOS device, I'm just not allowed. You're just not allowed to do that for me. You're allowed to do that for a lot of other people, almost everyone else, in fact. But I'm just not eligible for some reason. There's no way for me to determine how to get eligible. I'm just not eligible.
That's just so weird.
So
that is very odd. That is very odd.
It's fantastic. It's wonderful stuff. Good. I'm very glad.
Get that nonsense. Get back to the cool models. Yeah.
What does that mean? I don't know, Yamel Agmar. Honestly, I don't know. I can just read out I'll literally read out the thing. So, upon further investigation, not having the option to purchase a gift membership when using an iOS device is due to your channel not having the join button. Not all channels are eligible to have one. That's the answer.
Did they explain how to be eligible? They're just like, oh yeah, you're just not eligible for this. They're not providing any sort of fix to this situation.
You will get nothing.
So, since the option to purchase gift membership isn't available on iOS device, this is the fix, guys. Since the option to purchase gift membership isn't... sorry, it's not a fix. This is just the way things are. Since the option to purchase gift memberships isn't available on iOS devices, I highly suggest you ask your viewers to try using different devices, like Android or desktop. There you go. So, guys, if you're on an iOS device and you really want to gift me a membership, sell your iPhone and buy a Samsung Galaxy so that you can do that. Or, alternatively, don't do that at all. It's silly.
Yeah.
Maybe ask Liam. He has a join button.
We highly suggest that YouTube just fix the way their system works.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? I do have a join button on desktop and Android. I just don't have one on iOS, so it is a broken thing. But they're just saying no, it's not broken. Shut up, go away, leave us alone. It's too hard to figure out. So, you know, it just means that your favorite Warhipster, you can't support your favorite Warhipster, and YouTube misses out on their 30% cut. So, you know, is what it is. Anyway, Dan Buster, lovely chaos stuff. Your grand army of chaos must be enormous by now. Looking forward to seeing more of it, because he's submitted a fair few chaos things now, including like Archaon and stuff like that. So, you know, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Anyway, moving on. 41st Millennium Dave. We have the Hands of Sanguinius Squad Borreleon. I think I've said that right. And the Terminator Captain. And then an interesting battle scene with his Tyranids.
So lots of lovely Tyranids. Leviathan plus a big nasty. But yeah, I mean, these look fantastic. Love the very like smooth, rich red that you've got going on there. The base is really pop, even though there are some Tyranids on the base. You painted them very well. And the green power sword, you can only see a sliver of it there in the photo, but it's the blend on it looks brilliant.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
I like the gold power fists as well. The gold power fists and the black shoulder pads just give that nice little bit of contrasting color on the all red scheme. And the red is, as you say, Rich, is lovely. It's really deep. It's like almost like a wine color, especially on the captain, which I really like. So yeah, what a really cool example of a successor chapter custom scheme. Just done very well.
Yeah, just like a few elements just to make them stand out a little bit more.
Also, can you imagine being a Tyranid? You run up and they're just like, "Here's my big gold hand." You know what it is? It's like, does anyone remember? I don't know if this is just show made. Do you remember the old National Lottery adverts? Like the original, like when the National Lottery first started in the UK in like 1998 or 1999. Their adverts used to be this giant hand that would just come down out of the sky and go, because the whole thing was it could be you was the thing, like you could be the winner, and there was this big hand that kind of came down out of the sky. It was like, could be you, like if you entered the lottery you might win. I like the idea of them doing this with their big gold fists. They're just like pointing at the Tyranid. It could be you that gets turned into paste.
Sean Williams. I'm not going to read that out, but yes. I like the idea that the chapter master of the Hands of Sanguinius was really, really upset with everybody for not cleaning their power fists.
Yeah.
So painted them all gold, so that they now have to, because they'll be covered in the blood of their enemies. Now they have to close them off. That's how you know someone hasn't been looking after their war gear.
Yeah. Also, it makes the Imperial Fist look pretty stupid by comparison, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Imperial.
Yeah, because they did the opposite.
Maybe. Yeah.
No, it's great. It's really lovely.
The chapter name could also be an insult to the Imperial Fists in many ways, because it's the Hands of Sanguinius. It's like, yes, our Primarch might be dead, but he does have both his hands.
Well.
Unlike you,
Sure.
oh yeah. Well, for those who've read the latest books in the final books of the Horus Heresy, not so good.
Yeah, these are great, Dave. They look wonderful. Your red is just spot on. Quick question: basic membership is enough to partake in Taylor Many Warhipsters? You can partake for free. There's 3 ways to submit your photos. One is to drop it in the submissions thread on Discord, and you can access the Discord by being a member at any level. So the cheapest all the way to the most expensive on either YouTube or Patreon. Just not if you don't have a join button on iOS. Lol. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to email me, therealwarhipster@gmail.com, your pictures. And the other way to do it is in the description of this very stream. There should be a link there, which is a Google form. You can submit your pictures there. So there is no... you do not need to pay money to take part. Absolutely not. That's not the no. It's all good. So yeah, you can just any one of those 3 ways to do it. Grumpy Saki Josh is fun. Oh, I'm only grumpy with YouTube because they've asked me to send them so much evidence, and I've gone, here you go, and they've just gone, yeah, no. So it's like, if that was going to be the answer all along, just tell me that in the first place. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, don't make me, because at one point they were asking me to get like 5 or 6 different bits of evidence from members trying to do it, and I was like, you want me to go live and the first thing I do is go, hey guys, can everybody just quickly take a screen recording video of them being not able to do this thing to prove it doesn't work, only for them to go, yeah, it's the way it always is. So it's like, cool. So it's a lot of work I've had to do for nothing. So yeah, it's just been a bit stressful. Anyway, yeah, these are lovely. I love Blood Angels, as everybody knows. There's more Blood Angels coming on later in the pack, but for now we must move on.
It's almost like people know what you like and what you've done the most videos on.
Exactly. Oh. So these are Thousand Suns Legions Imperialis, which is an infantry box of the Legions.
I like the way you said that. I like the way you said that. Like you were one of the Eurovision people who gives the results. Like, hello, live from Belgrade. It's Thousand Suns.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It was just the emphasis you put on Thousand Suns. I just really enjoyed it. I'm in one of those moods this evening. No, these are very cool.
I've gotten the Legions Imperialis bug the last couple of days.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's a case of, like, conceptually, you're like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. But it's when you actually see all the miniatures painted up as an army together, you're like, oh, yeah, I can just have an army on the tabletop for not much work.
It is really cool when they all come together, and when they're like sat together like this, it just gives a really nice effect. I will say it again, sorry to be like the man who picks on bases this evening, but like obviously the paint job on the Space Marines themselves is awesome, particularly like the fact you've managed to get white edging on some of the shoulder pads, which is just incredibly impressive, having tried to paint these things because I did mine as Emperor's Children. But the way you've got... Yeah, but you know, equally as impressive, the fact you've got that kind of like mossy look on the bases. That's really cool. Like the stone floor with the moss. Yeah,
it's very, very
a little bit of color variation really helps.
I can barely see these.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, I've really yeah, the last couple of days I've been like, oh, I could just do some Legions Imperialis, couldn't I? That would be fun. I stole the basing scheme from Lip Bashing. It was pretty easy to do. Don't tell us that, Matt. Take the W.
I invented this. In fact, I invented the 1,000 Suns. They weren't a thing until I got hold of them.
Well, that's a step too far, but yeah.
Doesn't matter. I'll believe it. I'm willing to give that one to Matt. But no, really, really cool. And also just nice to see old school 1,000 Suns as well.
Yeah.
In their original Legion colours, because the blue and the teal blue and yellow scheme they have now with the gold, again Trim City, for those of you with a 40k 1,000 Suns army, is cool. But like the old sort of shiny red and the gold and white that they had, I don't know. I personally prefer that. I think.
What, to the blue?
It feels very like in keeping with their lore. Like that color scheme really fits like their more sort of like Egyptian roots and lore. I feel.
Yeah, the kind of like they're like Magister wizards.
Just think about like the white and the gold especially.
Yeah, it's really it's just really nice, and you've done a great job here.
Yeah. Matt says it was decals on the banner. He said it definitely took me a while to make myself start painting them, but they go easier than you'd think if you'd lean on contrast paints. Okay.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you're out there fighting the good fight for contrast paints, Matt. That was my first decal attempt. Oh,
You've nailed it.
You've nailed it, yeah. Absolutely,
Yeah.
You've nailed it. It looks great. It looks absolutely fantastic. So much so that everybody was saying, is that a decal or is it painted? So that right there is the highest compliment that you can get for decal work.
By the way, the inventor of Warhammer, Travis, has turned up in chat, by the way. He's just gone big on the claims.
Travis invented Warhammer. Bloody hell.
Just invented it. Completed it, mate. Came up with it.
Galmaraz himself.
I simply didn't realise. Travis, I owe you my entire life. Please take my savings. Travis is actually James' workshop. Oh no, you don't want to be that. Yeah, you get turned into a meme a lot. I just feel bad for that joke at this point. Because it's like, that's not his fault that they raised the prices. It's, inflation and various other factors. Anyway, these are wonderful, Matt. And like you when I opened the picture, as I said, I've been struggling with Legions Imperialis because I've been inspired by it in the last week or so. So when I opened the picture, I was like, oh no.
And they're in red.
Yeah, and they're in red, which is just the ultimate combination for me. So these are great, really really good work, Matt. Seriously, well done. Next up, Star Pilot 94 with a war dog. He's a war dog, right?
Very cool.
Yeah.
There are other names like carnivores and all that sort of stuff, but no, war dog is correct.
Yeah, this is it, and this is a sort of fusion war dog as well, because he's got the rotary cannon. But the actual kit itself is the Chaos Knight kit, and the rotary cannon is from there, and the head as well. But the gun on the other arm is actually from the what's it called? Executioner kit. I think it's called Executioner. Helverin, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Helverin's the Imperial version.
Yeah, Executioner is what it's called.
I never remember the names for all the Chaos versions.
I think it is. I think it is Executioner.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's cool. I really like it. I like the skin banner.
Yeah,
that's fun.
And having all lovely different bits of skin. So being in lots of fight, collecting lots of opponent skin.
This person has got a good collection of different skin. So good chaos display there. But really really good. Nice one, Star Pilot. Really like it.
Yeah.
Again,
just like these sort of like clean lines everywhere as well. Just given that sort of real contrast between the bright red and then the deep black, and looks good.
Yeah,
I love the combination. I really like the head. It feels like it weighs a lot.
Yeah,
in the best way possible.
Yeah, I like the purple eye as well, and the purple lid, the lid, the hatch cover, the lid.
Yeah. Which basically just looks like another eye at that point.
Chaos Tupperware. No, Dan Elliott. Dan Elliott, there are more than 4 skins, so we won't be making that joke. Luckily.
Have you noticed that Reza keeps trying to troll you, Adam?
Has he? I haven't even. I've been going all northern with the rotary cannon pronunciation. What's he talking about?
He's just trying to get a rise out of you. You know what he's doing. I like it. I'm here for it, Rich. Keep doing it.
Get back to painting your house.
Now he's in Glasgow at the moment, remember?
Oh yeah, he is in Glasgow. Yeah, he's up in Glasgow.
Yeah. No, I really like your like 8 different skin tones, so 2 times 4 skins. There you go.
Chaos Knight was British on the weekend.
I love it. I was trying to get a rise out of Josh earlier. It didn't work though. No, see, look, Captain Random, I saw what you were doing, and I was enjoying it, and it was making me laugh, because I kept smirking as you saw. But I get it from Rich all the time about everything, so it takes a lot to get a rise out of me. See, because not Mr. Gwatkin, of course, Mr. Reza Prime. You know, he's the ultimate troll. It's why I never ever publicize that I've gone past a number of subscribers or anything until I'm at least 50 over it. Because if I go and say, hey, I've just gone to this limit, Rez will immediately unsubscribe. He does it every time, so I've just gone, no, I'm not doing it anymore.
Got to get that, at least like that 50 buffer so that Rez can't unsubscribe you past it.
Star Pilot did post a lore on it if anyone wants to read that weird stuff. Do you mind if I read it out? Where did you put it? It's on Discord, right? I need to not do it on the computer, because if I do it on the computer, it'll go funny. I will pick it up on my phone. Give me 2 seconds. I do often wonder sometimes if YouTube will watch back this stream and like send me an email just saying, just so you know, you hurt our feelings when you said we were bad at our jobs.
The AI that runs YouTube is just going to be like, I'm sorry, Josh, I can't let you do that.
Where is it? Where are we?
Oh, I think has Chad copied it into the chat?
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, I like it. It's good. Shall I read it?
You read it. You've got a better voice for that type of thing.
Okay. Blizzizir, slaughterer of Cullfield, once piloted by the Honourable Conrad Quess. The knight originally named State followed Lord Valdeveth Groston, House Sablefort, into damnation. I like it.
The next bit.
No, oh yeah, sorry. I should just read the Captain Mannering's message in the middle in the same voice. That's cool. No, I'll carry on. Now piloted by Nala the Bloody, the broken machine spirit renounced its title in the wake of the eradication of the town of Cullfield. It said Nala stitched the cloth from the flesh of those... something. Oh, those killed that day.
There you go. There you go. That's just wonderful. I love it. Lovely stuff, Star Pilot. Thank you very much for submitting it. It looks wonderful. Great stuff. Right, next up, Laura, Teeny Tiny Victories. You have to explain what these are, because I have no idea. I just know you got one of them from Salute. Is that right?
Yeah, so I believe that, because I actually met Laura at Salute, and I believe the pirate is called Annie. And she was the model that they gave everybody who went to Salute that year, which was very cool.
Nice.
And Laura's done a fantastic...
there was a pirate theme there, so it makes sense.
Yeah, which was really funny, because I didn't realise this. So when I was in the queue, and some people do cosplay for Salute, and there was a Space Marine, there was like a guy dressed up like fucking Bismarck, There was a guy who seemed to think he was Colonel Montgomery, General Montgomery. But then there were quite a lot of pirates knocking around, and I was just like, what is this about? And then obviously subsequently realised that this year's sort of, I guess, theme for the miniature at least was pirates, and they actually had some pirate themed stuff there. So Laura has done an amazing job painting up, because this is a little metal miniature, and she's done a fantastic job painting up Annie. As I say, I believe it's called Annie. Laura, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat.
She is confirmed. The name is Storm Annie.
Okay. And yeah, she says the little Robin is from Statuesque Minis. They also make the cloth goblins that Louise painted up. So yeah, the little Robin is really cool. You know, and my name, Robins. So I'm a big fan of any little birds, particularly Robins. I think you've done a lovely job.
I mean, the wood grain on the little post that it's sitting on is wonderful as well.
Yeah, it's really
as is all the mushrooms and base materials as always. But yeah,
everybody's in with the game of grass flowers as well. I know Laura's on it. I know we had some chat earlier talking about the yellow flowers on my base of my tree lord, my Durthu back there. So yeah, it looks really, really awesome. I think you've done a great job here, Laura.
What does that say?
What does what say?
Salute 51, I think.
Yeah, Salute 51.
No, the chat is covered by an icon. They're just some fun, cute ones, as I didn't have much time. They're wonderful. They're really, really cool. I do enjoy when you guys share miniatures I've never seen before, because it's always a delight.
Yeah, it is.
It's just really good. It's just really nice to see them. Because, you know, for somebody who paints miniatures for a living, I don't actually see a lot of miniatures other than the ones that get put in front of me, which is a weird thing to say, but you know, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination of what everything is. So yeah, they're just really cool pieces, and it's always nice to see what other companies are doing, and when they're painted so wonderfully.
There are so many cool miniatures out there, and we live in this little insular world of mostly Games Workshop, which, you know, Games Workshop is a really great miniatures producer, but it's always great to see what else is out there and these, you know, cute and fun little miniatures.
That's why one thing I do has sort of expanded my horizons a little bit is actually playing the MESBG, playing the Lord of the Rings game, because there are quite a few minis for some of the armies that Games Workshop just don't make. So if you want to get them, you have to use proxies. You know, so it's
a lot
of
them range rotation these days.
Yeah, looking at what's available. But yeah, no, I think just getting back to this, I think you've nailed it, and yeah, avoided adding tufts to the base of Storm and Annie, which you need some sea tufts.
And Laura finally found a metallic paint she likes. It's what's it called? It's a Pro Acryl copper paint, the one that's on.
Oh, on the little flag.
Yeah. What's the name of it? I'm always up for trying new paints. No, great stuff. Lovely stuff. Next up, Conic Melter brings us a sort of treasure trove of different things. We have the new God, what's he called? It's the Night Lords.
Lords. And we've got some, like, what I imagine Night Lords think they are when they descend from the sky. In the form of the...
I'd say there's definitely a theme going on here.
Yeah. Tell me, do you like sort of batty vampire-y stuff? No, these are really awesome. The lightning is very cool, obviously. I think you've done a great job on that. On the Night Lords.
Also, can we just point out the fact that there's still a rib cage attached to that chainsword?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's the one from the kill team, right, Josh?
It is. It's from the new Nemesis Claw kill team.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was the conversion or if it was actually a full kit, but damn.
Yeah.
And the blood splatter that you've done on that, and the weathering on the bones, and that sort of shading just really makes it look extra gruesome. So very well done there.
It does. And do you know what? It's cool when you see them side by side with the 30k Marine that you've done as Night Lords like this as well. With the, you've done the similar blood splatter, because it's almost like you can see the evolution of the Marine, like where they've fallen to chaos.
Before and after.
Yeah, although, I mean, I've got to be honest, the Night Lords are one of those legions that, like, really nobody looked at that and went, they're kind of a bit of a bunch of wrong-uns, aren't they? Like, at no point during the heresy, but anyway, or before the heresy, but anyway. But no, I think paint-wise, you've done a cracking job on this Conic Melter. Really nice.
The sergeant is called a visionary.
A visionary?
Yes.
Vision is scary. Could start a revolution. No, that's just Eminem. No, I really like it. It's really good. I like the again good skin cloak materials that you've done.
Yeah, the Gore Warden's fantastic as well.
Yeah, the Gore Warden is fantastic. Yeah. I'm looking at my own Gore Warden, and it's just like yours is lovely. It's very, very nice. Did you use your recipe by any chance?
Yeah, I was going to say it looks better than mine.
Yeah.
To be
It's
honest.
such a lovely contrast between that like pale, slightly pinkish yellowish skin, and then that deep red, and then
on the wings,
also having that sort of like shade down to red in the hands as well. It just works so well.
Yeah. I think you've just done a fantastic job on these, like all of them. I also like, just going back to the Night Lord for a second, the Night Lord symbol on the shoulder pad there. I don't know. It's just, I guess it's where you've shaded around it, or used like an oil, like a normal oil or something, and then you've gone back over with the color. But that bat, the skull with the wings, the Night Lord symbol, it almost looks like it's like coming out of a shadow. Like it looks like it's floating. I don't know. It just looks really, really good.
Sean Williams has just said,
Gordon
just a contraction of Gore Warden.
Yeah, his actual full name is Gore Warden Ramsey.
Nice.
Where's the lab?
See, I was going to go Commissioner Gordon, and this is the alternate Batman universe where Commissioner Gordon is actually going around the city trying to save it, but
people.
as a Gore Warden.
God,
this is getting way out of control. No, these are great. I really like them. That Nemesis Claw kill team, I really like it, and I think if it is sold as well as I think it has, I would guess that there might be some more Night Lords on the way. Because usually that type of thing is a tester to see if people really want to see more. Or something like that. So
I mean the Night Lords kit upgrade sprue, it looked like it was a new kit rather than being an upgrade sprue, which just goes to show how well it was done.
Yeah. No, it's great work, Conic Melter. Next up, we have Kawaii Fieri, with two of the members of the Saviours of Cinderfall. And I can't remember either of their names. You did tell me, and I should know. But the Stormcast in particular has been painted Living City again, I think. I'm just going to go and look. I'm going to go look it up exactly what it is Kawaii Fieri said in the form. That's the better way of doing it, isn't it?
Balthus the Gryph-hound, I believe. Just looked it up. Valius, yeah. Valius the Keeper Action and Balthas the Gryph-hound.
Yeah, right. So Gyron, I think, he just crossed it out and said Gyron instead because it's not Action painted. It's got hints of green in it.
I really like it. It looks really good.
Just trying to find it now.
I love the blending on the like skin tone of the Gryph-hound as well on Balthus.
Yeah, the slightly sort of darker brown into the lighter sort of tan colours. Really nicely done.
Yeah, loads of people in chat are complimenting it as well. It's really, really cool.
Also, I have to say, like, one of the most natural skin tones I've seen as well. Like, it always got that slightly pinkish hue to it.
Yeah, he looks
on the face of the Stormcast.
He actually looks a lot like one of my old neighbours when I was growing up, whose name was Ron. He ran a furniture and antique shop. And you've done a fantastic job of making him look both like Ron and having a very natural skin tone.
It's called Birdie McBirdbird.
Yeah. Good creative.
Or Birdie McBird Dog.
Yeah, Birdie McBird.
Kind of. These are lovely models, aren't they? I just think you don't often, like, from my perspective, normally when I paint these things, I go straight box art. Of course I do. So it's always nice to see things like the Stormcast, for example, painted differently, particularly with the greens instead of the blues of the Hammers of Sigmar. So yeah, it's really interesting and it works really well. But the face is just done spectacularly well.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I like the fact that and maybe it's the light as well, but I think with the green on the cloak, the shield, and everything else, it almost makes the gold look like yellow. It's a much more yellow gold rather than you see sometimes like where it's
it's almost got like a
really
non-metallic metal sheen to it almost with some very like almost brownish, maybe like a brownish wash that you've done over, or however you've done it. It seems like there's a marked difference between the very yellowish highlights or the high tones of it, and then the sort of the deeper, more natural shades and lowlights that you've got to it and shadows.
Do you reckon he ever, like when people put their glasses on there, when people wear glasses, you put your glasses on their head. My wife does this occasionally and forget that they've got where their glasses are, and then try and get you to look for the glasses. Do you reckon he ever does that with that key? He's like, I put this key somewhere, and I don't know where it is, and it's just on his backpack.
I mean, I guess it's a possibility.
It's possible.
I'm sure I left it somewhere.
Do that all the time. Do you know, I don't do it where I put them on my head. I do it when I'm holding the thing in my hand. So what I do, the one I frequently do, is I will look for my phone using the phone light on my phone for my phone. I'm like,
that doesn't happen to me so much, but what I will do is when I need to remember something, I'll put something in something important in a place, and I go, cool, I'm going to put it there so I remember it, and then I forget where I put it because it's not where it usually is.
Yeah.
It happens all the time where it's like, yep, I'll put it there, come back 5 minutes later, say, well, now where did I put that? It's not its usual place, and it's not here, so it's not here, it's not here. And it's in a different place that's not obvious, but in a place that I thought previously would have been obvious in it. And so I wouldn't forget it. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like these. Is that also? I think that's also a Cursed City tile that we can see there. So the base is being matched to a Cursed City tile. It's quite cool.
Is.
I like that a lot.
Very cool.
That's nice. Thank you very much, Kawaii Fieri. Next up, Warhammer Mama, Dana, with 10 direwolves painted in white, which look great. 3 Felbats, looking fantastic, but also a fairy dragon.
Amazing. And
the fairy dragon might be one of my favourite things I've ever seen.
It is really cool. Yeah. I love that. I love the
it's almost got that like Studio Ghibli-esque nature to it. Maybe that's just from like Spirited Away, sort of thinking about it, like with the blues and the purples. But then the wings give it that sort of extra something, and all the greens behind and such. I absolutely adore the Felbats and the basically the direwolves there. Such cool card schemes that you've gone for there. Really, really effective.
It looks fantastic. You're right. I was trying to remember what the dragon is. Haku. It's Spirited Away. It's the dragon. It does look. It looks like Haku. It's just fantastic. The blending on it is beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love it.
You know what? You can see the talent that you've got for blending as well on the wings of the Felbats. It's just fantastic. What a talent.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, I don't know if you have used an airbrush there, but it looks like you've got enough skill to replicate the airbrush effect without it being an airbrush, if that makes sense. Because it's so well blended between the red and the black there.
Yeah. It's really nicely done.
My guess is it's not an airbrush, but it's smooth enough that you could convince me that it was an airbrush.
Yeah, where's Dano? You're in the chat. Where's no airbrush. I mean, that's a testament to how talented you are. Where's the fairy dragon from? Like, what miniature? What is that? Is that just like a 3D print that you've bought, or is that from a game? Because a big fan of that.
Yeah. I love it. I love the color combinations. I love the application of said colours, the skill required to, like you said, blend it out on all the wings and all this kind of thing. I just think it's beautiful. It's a beautiful piece.
Yeah. Chad says it's actually fulgrim.
Something I found on Etsy. Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I would say drop the link here,
Very
but
cool.
you can't because it's YouTube. But drop it in Discord if you haven't already.
Yeah.
There you go.
In which case, I can only apologise that I haven't gone and found it. No, it's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I think your dire wolves in white are great. I really love that choice. Like,
Yeah.
'cause obviously, normally
The
you see
white
them in
really
black.
works.
The white wolf.
Yeah, but I love it. It's like,
It makes them almost look more menacing, even though they're already a fairly menacing model. There's something about them in white makes them sort of seem that way.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's the hiding in the blizzard.
Hide blizzard. Coming to eat your face.
No, great stuff. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Dana. Wonderful. Next up, we have Copite.
Copite.
Yeah, all that. With Chaos Knights and a Chaos Lord on Karkadrak.
On Crackerjack.
Yep, Karkadrak. Yep.
Which is it's another one we can add to the list of things that people deliberately call it something different, but people
Yeah.
always call it.
Lord Avocado on Crackerjack.
Yeah, the Chaos
Oh,
Lord on
that would be
Crackerjack.
something.
No, these are. I mean, again, chunky chaos, guys, and they are.
But also, like, just zoom in a bit and have a look at the horse's feet because they've kind of got this like fiery
Lava.
magma effect
Yeah.
around them, and like the detail you've got in there with just like these really small, like silvery, like yellow lines. Is that crackle paint? I'm not sure because it looks like you've got a similar effect going across the base. If it's not, you're a madman and genius to get that sort of like effect. But
Yeah,
even so, it feels like a nightmare straight from D&D with like a fiery horse sort of charging, literally stuff from your nightmares charging the enemies of chaos down. But yeah, really, really cool effect.
yeah, I do like it. It's awesome. It's like a lovely take on the knights as well, of chaos, just making them look that little bit more chaotic. But do you know what? I like the shiny silver armor.
Yeah.
That's really nice on these guys. I said it earlier, like I like the look of chaos when they're like that. That these guys, clearly take care of their stuff, right? They are human beings at the end of the day, aren't they? Even if somewhat demonic. And the Chaos Lord, I mean, that purple.
The purple
That's
is my
pretty-
favourite thing. I think it looks wonderful. It's like,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah,
like,
it's
not
kind
like,
of slightly more shimmery and like silver-ish,
Yeah,
like metallic metal.
Metallic purple, yeah.
Yeah, actually,
That's
it
the one.
looks absolutely wonderful. And this is Dana's partner, and I did not do this intentionally because I had no idea.
Yeah, Dana.
Sorry to
How-
do one after the other.
One
but,
after the other.
How should we be
Talon
pronounce-
runs in the family.
how should we be pronouncing the username? Should it be Copite, which I just like because it just sounds cool, or Copite, or well, how to let us know because I'd just be interested to know. But I think the paint job that Copite, or however it is pronounced, has done is fantastic.
Yeah, I just adore that purple armor on the Karkadrak.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah, he said it.
I stopped myself.
The crew. Copite. There we go. Copite.
Copite,
There we go.
there you go.
I like it.
Yeah, I just adore it. I think it's great. And then it's there's obviously the kind of like the worn white next to it just really pops. Like it kind of conjures more of that.
His name's Jamie.
I guess.
Keep calling him Copite.
I guess it's kind of like it's got more of the kind of sort of darker Warhammer artwork aspect to it.
Oh yeah, the Karkadrak looks properly menacing. Like it looks horrible.
sure.
It looks like in a good way. When I say it looks horrible, I mean in a good way. The paint job.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's gonna come out of the screen and eat you.
Yeah, it does look like a pretty nasty creature. So yeah, great job on this.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful stuff. You have a very talented household. Dana.
He is very
Um,
talented.
You guys are crushing it over there.
Master blender.
Yeah, exactly. Next up, we have Tuka with more chaos, more slaves to darkness. We have some chaos
Lots of chaos
warriors.
this month. I love it.
I love it. These are like the most finished chaos warriors you've ever seen. They're blue.
They are, and they look fantastic.
These are great.
This is Norska right here.
These guys
but
coming out of the ice wastes to give you a bad day.
it's so funny that like we've seen so much of Tuka that kind of stuff, and it is just a masterclass in the color blue.
Yes,
there are so many different blues here, and that we've seen across their chaos range so far, and they're all just like subtly different, and they all have a purpose.
Yeah,
really, really nice job here from the dark blues to the lighter ones, and then like the slightly more muted sort of silvery from the shield as well. Yeah, just absolutely stunning.
Yeah. I really like the effect where it's almost, you're going, are they because as Captain Van Riggs pointed out, you got the frost on the cloak as well. You're like, are they wearing armor or are they actually made of ice? And it kind of looks like they're almost like they're an elemental force, like they're just made. And certainly their weapons.
It definitely gives that feel to it.
Yeah, it's really cool. I agree with who was it who said? Someone said like looking at them it just makes me feel cold. It was Forge Father Hestan. Really agree with that. They look really awesome. So great job, Tuka.
We should really ask Travis because he says he invented blue.
And he invented Warhammer. Really responsible for it.
When you say you
all the
invented
colours.
blue, do you mean you invented the color blue or the band blue?
All rise. No, all rise.
I was thinking, some companies can like copyright or at least try to copyright certain colors. Like Cadbury's purple is like a color. I think they've tried to copyright that very specific shade of purple in the past.
Tuka's blue. He can have his own one.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Tuka?
He does all of them though. It's all of the blues.
He said he should be pick one. But he said he should be really proud. He's really proud of the banner dude's shield, and I think you should be because I think you've done a fantastic job. And as Rich said earlier, like the fact you've got, this is a really good example of what is a nominally simple. Like if you said to someone, well, what colours are you going to paint? Oh, I'm just going to paint them blue. They went, okay, blue and no, just going to be blue. People will be like, what do you mean? This is like how you carry that off. You've just taken that single colour, and by using the different shades and different tones on the different parts of the model, it's just brought everything together to give this fantastic effect across the whole, each model and then the whole army. So I think this is a real masterclass in just doing something that sound like when you hear it, you're just like, what? That just sounds really simple. What are you talking about? But when you see it, it's like, no, I see what you were going for, and you've absolutely nailed it.
But at the same time, there are a couple of like key colors, like some browns and tans,
and
greens and colors in there, just to like help offset and really evens out that color composition and and how it works across the model.
Yeah. I'm a big fan. I'm a really big fan of these.
Yeah,
Same.
Yeah, these are great. Absolutely. Like I said, this is Norska right here. This is Norska.
It is Norska. Yeah, it's Norska.
It's great. They're really, really nice too. Honestly, like really great. Next up, frothy paints.
Oh my god, we've got a hive. Somebody
Yes.
call the exterminator.
Quite literally, yeah. I mean, it is literally like ants coming out of a hive. You don't see like deserty nids that much, but this works so well, especially with that like the base that you've got there, or like the diorama basically of them all coming out of this sort of sandy hive. Very, very cool. I love it.
Yeah, really like these. That yellow just pops, man.
Yeah.
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 It and like yellow and black, I feel like is a very classic combination that you would actually like see out of nature. So they feel very natural to see them coming out of, and almost gives them that realistic feel compared or when paired with the diorama elements.
Yeah,
Someone needs to throw some grenades in those holes because.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I saw an Instagram reel today about
get your flamer in there.
a lady had leather jackets, like yellow wasps, living in her house. Basically, she was like getting stung by them at night, and it turned out there was like a nest in her like roof in the floor between the attic and the top floor. And I watched the video, the guy like basically getting rid of it, and this just reminds me of just seeing all those leather jackets like swarming out of the nest, all those little yellow wasps. Is very much this is giving me like that kind of vibes. So I really like it. Really timely. Yeah, Cameron, I saw that exact reel. It's almost like the algorithm sends us the same crap. But yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. I'm it's a yellow and black is like it's a proper dangerous look for the Tyranids, isn't it? Like it's
almost like especially with like a bit sinister with the touches of purple in there as well.
Yeah, it radiates danger, as you would expect from the most dangerous organism in the galaxy. And it just works really
and also
well.
Yellow and black being like our colors for like hazard stripes.
Yeah,
and it's just very like with the terrain piece on the left hand side, it just immediately I if I was better at streaming, I would have the Helldivers meme happen now. I'd have him walk. I'd have him walk across the screen and go, seem familiar?
Do you have the courage to fight for democracy? No, and you know what as well? Good job. I don't know if you've used blue tack or magnets or what to get them all to stick on the on your terrain piece there. But really good job with them sort of all running down the side. It looks really good. Would be a great diorama, which I assume it's sort of meant to be as well.
Dun, 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 dun.
The other thing I'll point out as well is just great color matching from the bases to the diorama.
Yeah.
Because, unless you've used the same paint, that's not always the easiest thing. But even if it is the same paint, it just ties the look all together and it makes it seem like it all fits and all flows and all just works together. And very, very cool.
Yeah, really smashed it.
Same grass and tufts as well. Travis is making a lot of wild claims tonight about things that he's invented. Dana has rightly pointed out, Travis, man, you've got to start copyrighting these things because they're quite core tenets of civilization.
Yeah. Anyway. I could have been the next Edison, but I didn't copyright.
You just let them go.
Wow, Blue and Danger are my only inventions. I can tell you everything.
Yep.
No, it's great stuff. Really good stuff. Frothy paints. Next up, nice. James Mathias is up. Now he's excelled himself once again with these wonderful little sort of kind of documents with all the names and things for the Warcry warband. So we've got 3 today. James is showing off.
This is it's like The Sopranos. I love it. I just love the idea of a chameleonic warband, and they all have really strong Italian American accents, like Jersey. Hey, I'm blowpiping here.
So these are the Hunters of Huan Chi. Is that right?
Yeah. Hunters of Huan Chi. Yeah.
Yeah.
As you can see, beautifully rendered before us. I really love the pterodactyls, I think is what they're called. Ralphie, Sonny, and Charlie, to give them their real names. They look wonderful. But I love it that he's captured the close-up of Tommy's shield, because it's just it's a lovely war gold.
Stunning work.
It's real nice.
It's great. It's really nice.
The color scheme, like on the darker backs, and then the greenish, like the heads and the underbellies on the actual chameleon skinks as well, is really cool.
Terror Wings, says Alec. Yeah. Thank you very much, Alec Man.
Terror Wings. That's the Emperor's favorite airline. No, I really
also like the really almost luminous like turquoise stone that you've got there. Just works so well to offset against all the other colors.
Yeah, And I just am a big fan of all the names. What can I say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. That and you've got the amount of kind of different colours going on between the scales and the skin, and the sort of heavier scales and the lighter scales is basically what it is, right, for the lizards. For the skinks, for example, around Miles and Aldo and Jackie, Lil Tony and Carlo and Frankie and Rocco.
You got to say it. You got to say it in the accent, Josh. You can't just say it like "Hello, Carlo."
I don't want to offend anyone. Is the thing, Adam.
Then just give them like a really incongruous accent. Like
No,
one that doesn't.
They can all have my accent.
Imagine.
That way, I don't offend anybody. I have listened to enough Black Library audiobooks in the last week and a half to know to avoid it at all costs. But yeah, the Lizards of Odd are absolutely fantastic. They look wonderful. But as I mentioned, there's 2 more. So next up, we have the Rend Terrors of Gur.
God. And I mean, just always great work. And I have to come up with so many names for D&D. I don't know how you do it with such, like, they're just so evocative names. Amazing paint jobs. Love the bases here, especially are wonderful. And then just really lovely painted.
Yeah, I really love the skin tones on them are fantastic. They're just they're just really, really nice. Really, really.
And it's really lovely to have those detailed bits on the top left to just pick out those little details that you can't quite see at the larger scale, or with the smaller picture.
Yeah, and like completely different to the Hunters of Huan Chi. Like these are completely starkly different. So
I mean, also appropriately different in the names, in that we had like Enzo and Tony, and here we've got like Bara Boneback and Vulpa Oathbrand. Like it's just kind of, I like the vibe that James is going for on the naming. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, it's because I think he said in his submission he tried a lot of different things this month. Because as mentioned, there is a 3rd one of these to look at in just a minute. But it's a monumental achievement to paint this much as well.
The other thing is, like, these are already some of the most character models that GW makes, and you've just made them that much more character because you've leaned so hard into that on both sort of warbands, and I'm sure on the 3rd one as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? The comment from Tattooed Zoologist is right. It does look like a catalogue for the old catalogue they used to do.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I'll show you the 3rd one. Bernadette's True Blades.
Man.
Oh, lovely job on the Askurgan.
I think these are my favourites so far because, like, just picking like a subtle but effective colour scheme, marrying it with the purple flowers as well.
Good to see Adele move on after a singing career as well.
And Alice, I didn't realise she'd moved up.
Yeah.
to become a vampire. I wish she'd consulted me on that decision, but she's an independent woman, she can do what she likes.
The purple, black and white palette, real nice.
Yeah,
real.
It's gorgeous
and really, really well executed. It feels like there's actually quite a lot of restraint here because you can sometimes go, I'll do just purple everything, but it's actually more pale tones and black and silver with then just a hint of purple here and there. And the basing really helps draw that out so the eye matches both of those. You emphasize the purple more in the actual miniature. Yeah. Really, really smartly done.
Yeah. These are people are saying that this is their favourite of the 3. My favourite is this one, but it's close second for these because, like you said, there's the real simplicity in and it's not easy to pull off a lot of these textures and a lot of this space. But there is a real simplicity to the colour choices that have been used here in like a really effective way, which just which just makes them super effective. They are, because the thing with the Eskurgan, right, is they feel a little bit out of place in Soulblight Gravelords, right? Because Soulblight Gravelords, you're either fully armored or you're a naked monster, right? These guys kind of sit halfway between the two, and they've always, in the context of Soulblight Gravelords, have always looked a little bit sort of strange, because if you stack them up against like Blood Knights, it's a completely different model, right? There doesn't feel like there's much that ties the two together.
Different aesthetic.
Yeah, completely different aesthetic. But these, one of the things I love so much about them is I always pull vampires back to Castlevania, but they really do invoke elements of Castlevania, especially Lotta and Ida in top right corner, and then Miriam, their pet night creatures. I just think, these were very close second. I mean, everything that everybody submits is obviously my favourite, but of the three that you've submitted, James, like these ones are just really beautiful. I used to know a Miriam who would fit that mini.
Why not?
Poor
are we into
Miriam. Or maybe not.
Are we already at that stage, and even people are doing like ex-wife jokes? My God.
It's always the right time for that. But yeah, these are absolutely wonderful, James. Thank you very much for sharing this and for going to all that effort as well as putting them into the lovely graphics. It's really cool. I really appreciate it. Makes it really nice and easy
really nice
for
to
me.
see.
I just copy and paste, done, easy. Job's a good one. Lovely stuff. Thank you, James. Next up, we have the Flying Muttley, who, unlike Adam, has done an actual Tree Lord, and has done 5 Tree Revenants and 5 Dark Angels Intercessors.
Listen, look, Dirthy's cool, but this is also very cool. And I think Flying Muttley has done a great job, and it looks like Flying Muttley is well on for Project Spearhead, considering that two of the components are the Tree Lord and the Tree Revenants at the bottom there.
Yeah.
So I think really nice.
Just some Kurnoth Hunters and a Branch Witch to go.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I love how realistic the Tree Lord looks as well, like with all, even just like little pops of color from like the mushrooms growing on it, the different shades of green that you've going on. There's lots of different variations of that. The basing is gorgeous. The obviously very naturalistic browns as well. And then you can pop that against the sort of almost glowing, luminous. I keep on forgetting. Are they like Spite Lords? Tree Revenants. Okay, one of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, the glowing sort of like spirit bright green that you've got going there really offsets that nicely.
Yeah.
Can we run Dark Angels in an AOS Spearhead? I feel like they'd be pretty decent. Well, see, the thing is, Pete, they would actually be the worst models in the game.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to wound anything.
Yeah, they cannot wound a single thing in Age of Sigmar. That's the problem.
Didn't they do that Imperial Knight versus AOS game at like the World Championships a couple of years ago?
Was that a thing?
No idea how that would have worked. They did do it like an exhibition game. Like they streamed a Imperial Knights versus some AOS army. Maybe it was Gargants. I can't remember.
Well, it would have been a short
I don't know
game
what they used for
the
wounding
Imperial
rolls.
The Imperial Knight cannot wound anything because toughness roll. Sorry, there's no toughness value. So how do you figure it out?
I'll agree with
made some now.
When we're talking about these, I think he is. Old Mutters certainly is a damp hand. So yeah, no, I think these are really lovely. I think the Dark Angels are cool as well. Like the green on them is nice, and again that like contrast with the red weapons and the bone of the Imperialis. I mean, it's always a classic look on the Dark Angels. We were talking about it earlier, so I think you've nailed it here.
Yeah.
I would say, do you know what? I really like the weapons on the Tree Revenants, because I did mine as the kind of like spirit weapons, because that's what the rest of, which is kind of the box art scheme, which is what the rest of my Sylvaneth have. Like all of them are kind of, I guess, like a blue color. But I really like the fact you've done them here as like actual, physical weapons that they're holding. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like that. There's no wrong answer with Sylvaneth. They're one of the very few
Yeah.
armies where you can literally, I mean, you can do it with anything, right? But like with Sylvaneth, it's always a case of just whatever you do will just work.
Yeah.
There's so much variation that will just look really cool.
Mm.
Not just will work, but will look really cool.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree. I really like these. Love the basing as well.
Yeah, I mean the basing's next level.
The
use
basing
of
is
the
top
leaves.
tier.
Yeah, it's just very, very autumnal, very warm. You know, it makes me think of Parker jackets.
Soup.
Parker jackets and soup, and a baked potato with baked beans on it. Yeah, no, they're just lovely. It's lovely work, Flying Muttley. It's really good stuff. Next up, Resonance. We have some Angry Guardians, and well, I think he's showing off with the Fire Prism personally.
A little bit, yeah.
No, that's an
Love
old
the like
school.
galaxy effect that you've got going there.
Yeah.
I've seen it done a couple of times before, but it's always stunning, and you've done a fantastic job here. And then having the little speckles across your guardians as well. Yeah, well
Children of the
played,
Stars.
sir.
I don't know
I
if
really-
that's what they're called, but that, you know, they look incredible. Like I said, Resonance is just
Yeah.
showing off.
Yeah, these are really cool. Do you know what? That's the old school Fire Prism as well.
Is
That's
it?
the old. Yeah. Because the new ones, the like current sculpt has got like a really
Oh,
long.
yeah, they've got like
barrel
a
on the end.
longer
That's the
barrel
old
to it, yeah.
version With the small crystal. So yeah, no, well, small crystal, the shorter crystal. So yeah, no, I'm a big fan of that. And again, shows you how well those sort of Eldar sculpts, you know, and yes, I know they're getting old, and I know a lot of them are being replaced, but it shows you how well those old sculpts hold up, actually, especially when they are painted quite so nicely as this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's mean. It's mean to share something of this caliber. But also just like the patience. I really envy people who have the patience to be able to pull stuff off like this, because I genuinely just couldn't do it. I would look at something like that and I would just be like, oh yeah, it looks great. I can't do it because I don't want to. Because I would probably get through the turret
Excuse me. Yeah.
and then get bored, like just because my brain physically would not allow me to do the whole thing.
Yeah. No, you've done a brilliant job.
I still think
Oh,
the
yeah.
chassis for those is one of the best designed one-piece plastic molds they've ever done.
Yeah.
Today it
It's
would be
still-
in 10 parts.
Basically not
Yeah.
changed, and it's like one of the earliest. I think it's like one of the. I think it was like designed probably like early 90s maybe, and it's still in production and still looks as good as all the modern stuff that they've got coming out. It's just, yeah, it just fits the aesthetic so well.
Is it just me, or did your volume just went up and down more hips? No, it's probably that I leant back outside of the diaphragm's range, so it then flipped up. This microphone does weird things where it goes, hey, everything's cool until about here, and then you kind of, if I go back here, it then just locks the rest of the room to the same volume. It's cool. It's a cool feature, but if I lean back too much, you'll hear a real like
So I
jump.
looked it up. The Fire Prism chassis,
Yeah.
the plastic chassis, is actually from 1993.
Oh, same year as the Tomb King's horses.
Yeah, or around.
Yeah, and they have not aged together.
No.
One has aged a lot better than the other.
Yeah, they updated them. So yeah, the turret only in the detail parts are from 2008 in the new version, but this is the old one.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
Stands the test of time. Lovely stuff. Moving on. Ricky drinks paint. We have another Gordon.
Gordon?
Another Vargolf Courtier. We have 20 more Crypt Ghouls, but we also have. Well, it's 3 Brotherhood of Steel, and a Vault, and
yeah.
then we have some evil. We have what's he called? Bruce. No, it's not Bruce, is it? Who's the main actor in Evil Dead?
Something like that.
So, but yeah, no, it is. It's what is his name? You're right. I've completely forgotten.
Bruce Campbell.
That's it.
That's the one.
I got there just before chat. Chat will all now go, it's Bruce Campbell. but to me, it's Ash from Evil Dead.
And that's Snake Plissken from Escape from New York, isn't it?
That is Snake Plissken. I think it's Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. Not to be confused with Iroquois Pliskin, who's also Snake in Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty.
Yeah.
Travis.
The Fallout miniatures here are great. Having just finished watching the TV show, no spoilers or anything, loved it. And yeah, as many people out there, I didn't know that they had a miniatures range, but apparently they do, and miniatures game and all that sort of stuff. And
they've got a game now, haven't they?
Now seems to be the time to get into it, given the show.
Yeah, I think you've done a cracking job on these. I mean, the Gore Ward and the Flesh Eater Court stuff generally, obviously fantastic. A big fan, but in the vein of talking about other models, the fact you've made, the fact of how much you've made with the paint job, the Bruce Campbell and Snake Plissken models look like each of Bruce Campbell and Kurt Russell playing Snake Plissken, is a real testament to your skill as a painter. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Skyrim also has a minis game, by the way. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Rodar.
I've seen the Fallout one, obviously in the last couple of weeks, in the wake of the
TV show.
Yeah, the wake of the success of the TV show. A lot of people have gotten their hands on it, which is really cool. And they look really good. But obviously, I love the Flesh Eater Courts. I love Flesh Eater Courts. Everyone knows I love Flesh Eater Courts. And you've done something
executed to perfection here.
Yeah,
Ricky, you did a great job, mate. Honestly,
yeah, Ricky, you've done something that I was not capable of, which is you've painted 20 Crypt Ghouls in the same color scheme. I couldn't do it. I could not do that. Honestly, again, we talk about me not being able to focus, right? Being able to do 20 models like that, like I've got another 20 of them to do, and I'm like, cool, I'm just going to do exactly what I did again, do 20 different, because then I'll have duplicated from the last time. Because I couldn't do it. So honestly, you're a better painter than I am, because you can concentrate on something like that. Like honestly, it's really impressive, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the focus.
Batch painting can be a chore, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Just wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff all around. You guys are killing it this month. Next up, we have Viking Minis 50 with, again, we've got some more offerings. Non-Warhammer models, but still based in 40k. So universe here. We have, I'm assuming, Alfarius. Well, I mean, they're all Alfarius, right? But we also have Nagash, Morden Zane, and it was the Warhammer anniversary giveaway, Cruel Boy, Big Boss type thing, I think.
That's his full name. Warhammer Cruel Boy, Big Boss giveaway thing, I think.
Yeah. That's
what's written on the front of the box.
Yeah, I do.
These are all incredible, but the the really subtle OSL that has the reflection in the metallic is just insane. You like the blue flame there on the Stormcast, and just how it slightly reflects across the gold metal there.
Yeah, you've done a great
I don't
job.
even know how you approached that or did that. Whatever you've done, it looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Great job on Morden Zane. I love the fact you've done the Cruel Boy with kind of pink skin. That's just because it's just very different to how you normally see them, and I hadn't really clocked that when I initially looked at it, but it really makes it look like, I don't know, it just gives it a completely different look from the normal kind of Cruel Boy green that they have. So I think that's fantastic, mate. That's a great job.
A pale
orc.
I
mean, the pale orc. Yeah, it's Azog himself. And also, obviously, Nagash. It looks wonderful.
All
really,
I
really
want
good.
in Nagash, and Nagash is all.
Yeah, he doesn't stop talking about that either, does he?
Yeah, he likes to bang on.
He's going to keep doing that in 4th edition.
No, he has to stay quiet for another edition. But in 3 years' time,
Oh, he'll pop back up again,
Yeah.
like the ghost of Christmas shit.
I'm still cross about the Stormcast thing. Oh, good.
Yeah, I've written you a letter of complaint. Allow me to read it to you. That's what he's actually got. That's what's the Book of Nagash there. It's his list of complaints. And I also, obviously, Alfarius is looking excellent. Like, just a really nice paint scheme on both the armor and the skin.
Yeah.
Looks so naturalistic.
Yeah. I always think I should try my hand at doing a bust. That sounds weird. I should.
3D print one of you make it weirder. 3D print one of yourself and then paint yourself.
Yeah, that would be a really weird thing to do.
Have it in the back of videos.
Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to paint my eyebrows. Yeah, that would be very strange.
I just think this is just a great example of how to do it. And the damage on the armor, like the patina, I should say, on the armor has been done fantastically well. On those little bright pops of green on the backpack, power pack, and also on the Hydra on the shoulder there.
Yeah,
really nice.
Yeah, my particular highlight is the design on the front of the breastplate. It just looks so good. Just looks brilliant.
Yeah, it's very clean, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not stark, it's not overloading, it's not a focal point, it doesn't draw from the model at all. The focus points are exactly where you need them to be, but I immediately look straight at it because it's it's just so nicely part of the scene.
Well, there's lots of like depth to. It's not just like here is like some grey. There's depth and like lots of great shadow and very subtle shades there. That
Nagash is
make it pop.
I also appreciate all the different books that Nagash is messing up your library on the sculpt there. The way that he picked them all out in the different like colours of. Again, I assume they're made of like skin leather because it's Nagash and that's the kind of stuff he's into. But yeah, that's really cool with the bindings and the chains on them.
The problem is you have to change the size of your doors to let Nagash in, and then he finally gets in, and then he just like he
messes your library up.
He messes your library up. He pulls all your books off the shelves, and like that's the one thing you don't do in a library,
Nagash disagrees with the Dewey Decimal System. I want to organise by colour like one of those dickhead Instagram influencers.
Like an idiot, I tried non-metallic metal, and all these guys took me a lot longer to complete. Well, I mean, it was worth it. They look fantastic.
You did a great job. What are you talking about?
Well, it
Honestly,
is quite an undertaking to do.
Yeah, that's true.
It sells on all of them. Like,
Yeah.
if you didn't tell us that it was non-metallic metal, we wouldn't question that it was just normal metal. It's only looking closely at them that we can actually figure out. It's like, oh no, wait, yeah, it is actually non-metallic.
Yeah,
like you've done them so well.
I mean, the one on Alfarius, I like with Mordant Zane, like not in a bad way at all, but I think you look at that and you go, okay, yeah, that's non-metallic metal. The one on Alfarius, because of how well you've done all the other detail, it doesn't even notice until you've mentioned it just now. I thought that actually was just normal metallics and it had caught the light.
Yeah,
I love that Sean Williams
totally
says,
sells.
and then he kills you for not having the book he wants. Worst library patron ever. Yeah, and then because it's Nagash, he
Zero
turns you
stars.
into a Nighthaunt ghost, where your punishment is being, not just like your punishment is not being able to remember where you put anything.
Yeah,
It's like you're a lame Nighthaunt as well.
you have to constantly your one power is you can shush people.
Yeah, because the thing it's well worth for anybody who's wants something really cool to read. It's well worth just like picking up a Nighthaunt battle tome, either the 2nd edition or the 3rd edition one, because every single one of them, the way they are is because Nagash is a bitch.
Nagash is a dick.
And so like I learned today as well, because I just had a quick squiz through the Pyre and Flood book. Never not funny. And the Pyregeists are the way they are because in in their life, they used to cremate people. So the punishment for working at a crematorium and being turned into a Nighthaunt is that you will forever be on fire as a ghost.
That's a bit rubbish. I mean, they're not even doing an evil thing. They're just helping. Like they're just part of society, right?
Well, yeah.
It was just like, this was just my job.
Yeah.
No,
It's
but
not like they're burning people alive.
like Ulrak the Drowner, like when he used to, drown people on his ferry. I get that, so he becomes the sort of evil ferryman or whatever. And the other one, the Cruelgast Cruciator, like the torturers, they get turned into those. I can see that. But what's the crematorium dude ever done other than fulfill people's desire to have a cremation?
Yeah, well, that's Nagash being cross that there aren't enough bones left over for him to make skeletons about.
Well, I don't know. He could build his next Black Pyramid out of just ash.
He could. Next up, we have Mr. Boob.
Move on. Fuck him off. Move on. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Next up, we have Plops. We do that joke every time it's built on Boob's choice.
We really do. I'm sorry, Sean.
He's putting such lovely terrain together for us
I know,
to use.
I
in
was
our
going to say,
Lord
and
Rings
he's doing
campaign.
this for you. Like, just
truly, I am the Nagash. Yeah.
you punish Biltong Boob for taking part by making me skip him.
Yeah. No. This is his like terrain that he's been assembling for our Lord of the Rings campaign. And I'm actually kind of scared because I'm the one who has the board that we play on. So this terrain,
all the terrain is coming to your house.
Yeah, the terrain will be coming to my house. And based on what Sean keeps telling me, I don't think I'm going to have any room left in my house because it will just be filled with terrain.
Yep. I need some extra like storage shelves and put them up and just have like racks and racks of terrain.
Yeah, I would say one cool little fact, and if Mr. Boob's in chat, he can sort of confirm this. But the door to Moria, Sean actually picked that up when we were all at Salute together, which is why probably he's got the South London Warlords like Salute brochure next to it in the picture.
Angling for a sponsorship.
Yeah, but what's actually cool about that is that it's got a little slot in the bottom that's designed so you can put like an LED into it.
Right.
So the door will literally light up. Like if you wanted to wire it up, it will light up like the doors of Durin, which is really cool. In moonlight or starlight.
Does it also have voice activation? So if you just shout melon at it, it opens.
No.
I mean, I'm sure if you like throw a melon at it, it'll open, but that's a different beast altogether.
Or fall over. But no, I do. He's done a great job on these, and like the house, the river. He's been talking about the river for ages. It's like updating us, just being like the river.
Go
is
with the next slide, I'm sure.
Yeah. So yeah, really, really good stuff, and can't wait to actually use this in our games.
My brain disassociated for a second there, and then I looked back at the chat and I was like, why is everyone getting so thirsty, shouting things like really moist? And then I realised it's Rez.
The river's moist.
Yeah.
He'll watch Adam put an LED in a slot.
All right.
This talk of melons feels a bit Jugs adjacent. Exactly. See? Everyone needs to take a dip in Sean's river. Wait, that's worse. He's got another one.
Right. We were also talking about gold fingering earlier. So anyway, and this is the bridge that goes with the river.
Yeah.
So this is pretty cool. So we'll have some battles over that.
The red detailing on here as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. He's just got the right like nice mix of colours, nice naturalistic look to it. And it is cool to always have good terrain on a board, obviously. So
definitely helps.
I always think that I don't like painting terrain. I don't know why I get this in my head and I need to stop doing it. I always think I don't like painting terrain. And then I build and paint a piece of terrain and I go, that was more fun than anything else.
You've done a great job on it though, like on your Gondor terrain. So
I thought you were complimenting me for Biltong Boob's terrain, and I was like, I'll take it, but I didn't do anything.
I mean, it's fun.
The Gondor terrain is so fun to build though.
Yeah.
Very, very modular.
No, I think like you, I think you like again your terrain. Sean's done it on this as well. Just like it just shows you how nice how good it is when it's all painted up and it all comes together on the board. So yeah, love it, and I can't wait to get on that bridge with some Uruk-hai and, I don't know, murder some people with big pikes.
Are you paying him?
Am I paying him? No, it's Sean's terrain. It's just he wants to bring it round to use the to use on the board, because he keeps going on about it. It's just we're just trying to find a date for him to come over and we'll do a big game and we'll actually use some of the terrain he's made, because he's caused a, as we've mentioned before with his palisades, he's caused a shortage of coffee stirrers across the southeast of England. By building loads of Rohan sort of palisades out of coffee stirrers. So, it'd be good to actually use it.
Well, there you go. These are cool. I like them. Really nice stuff built on Boob. Sorry that they made me do the skip joke again. I love you, really. Hashtag become a member. Next up, we have Plops of Corn, who has painted for us 3 lovely Blood Angels Blade Guard. And a Great Unclean One.
Great Unclean
Which is
one,
just incredibly beautifully disgusting. I mean, the blending of the different tones of flesh you have going into sort of that, like, almost like diseased, wounded, reddish tone from like the very sickly yellowish green. Just so nice. And then obviously incredible golden red tones as always, and lovely basing. Yeah, just wonderful work across everything here.
Yeah, he's got guts, that boy. I do like it. It's really nice.
Hey.
And I like the little. Sorry, I had to get a pun in. And I like the little blue thing at the bottom of the gem. Is it a gem? I actually don't know what, because I've never built a Great Unclean one, but the little blue thing that's in the corner that we've got the close up on there.
It looks like a mushroom to me.
Is it a mushroom? Sorry, my eyesight's terrible.
Yeah, there are a couple of other mushrooms on the base, so that makes sense.
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I really like it. I think it looks really cool. And it's a nice little offset to the rest of the sort of like more, I would say, more naturalistic colours across the rest of the model, which have just been done excellently. It's also probably worth mentioning that I love the fact that the blade guard in the centre there, who's given his sword a clean. Do with that what you will. Is using like he looks like he's got his own Imperium branded tea towel, because he's got the Imperium logo on it. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Good for him. I hope he won that at a raffle on Baal.
Oh dear, honestly, Adam.
Is this the cleaning the sword?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the fact that you said it. Did you know that's what you were going to say?
I was formulating in my head as I was going along.
Right.
Because I went, it's like, oh, he's done that just to like egg Rezeron.
Honestly, this stream gonna get demonetized easily. James Mathias has just returned from a meeting. He says, "Hey all, thank you so much for all the kind things you said and noted about my submission. I'm so filled with joy at the kind and lovely reactions. I got called into a meeting right when I came on, so apologise for this very late. Thank you." No need to apologise, James. Thank you very much for sharing your warbands. They are beautiful.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job, man. I also, on a more serious note, I do also like the Chalice of Sanguinius from, I guess maybe from the Sanguinary Priest kit or from the upgrade kit that I know you can get, and I love the blood effect that Plops has done coming out of it. Like, it's really good. This he almost looks like he's just like going. He's like, he's seen someone. He was about to finish his pint, and he's like, do you know what? I'm done with this. It's time to fight.
So it's a waste of good blood, though. Blood angels.
Yeah, that's free blood. Do you want to keep that?
Exactly. You can,
Dad, that's blood. Correction, Lisa. Free blood.
And Dan says, this stream is why you aren't allowed a join button. He's exactly right. The reason I'm not allowed a join button on iOS is because of Adam and Reza.
Me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me.
So for anybody out there who's on an iOS device who really wants to gift memberships, just remember, the reason you can't do it is because Rez and Adam are both on iOS and they both ruined it for you.
But you all enjoy our sort of salty language, so it's fine.
Yeah, I do. I love it. Thank you very much
there's
for
gore,
these.
drink. There's gore, drink. Someone's pointed that out.
gored what?
You know this whole thing. If there's people in chat are doing a drinking game. If there's gore, it's similar to your dragon one, but it's like if there's gore on screen, they have to drink. So basically, I think Dana's getting because there's lots of blood this evening.
There's been lots of blood splatter this evening for sure.
So what you're saying is the epilogue episode needs to be a drinking episode. Because I think we'll all get absolutely shit-faced by the end of it, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Dragons, gore, and red, Adam. There you go. Every time you see it, you have to drink then.
Dragons, gore, and red. I like it. What's Reza on about? We bring the Bantu. I don't think we bring a linguistic group from Central and Southern Africa, Reza, but still, you carry on.
You said that was iOS auto-correcting. So...
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, no, getting back to what we were actually talking about, these are really, really cool. Yeah. You should be very proud of yourself, Mr. Plops.
Yeah, your Great Unclean one is beautiful. I can obviously talk at great lengths about your Blood Angels, and, everyone will accuse me of bias. And the same thing for Demons, of course, but I honestly, those tones you've got on the Great Unclean one are beautiful. In all the worst ways. But you just absolutely crushed it there, man. It looks absolutely fantastic. Just all of the various different bruising, the extended bruising, the darker bruising, this, that, and the other that's around all the open sores and wounds, and then you've got all of the boils and stuff. You've got the actual green of the Great Unclean one. It's such a wonderful mini to have fun with and paint. I loved painting my Great Unclean one. I thought it was great. But every so often you see one that makes you pause, and this one definitely gives me pause because there's a lot to discover when you're looking at it. It's beautiful, man. Really, really good work.
Really good. Yeah. Echo that.
Lovely stuff. Lovely. Next up, we have Philip Gomez with The Fury of the First.
Deathwing Knights.
The Inner Circle. We have 5 Deathwing Knights and Belial. Or Belial. Belial's Contras. Stelios.
Stelios, what, the founder of EasyJet?
No, I was going for the... I thought you were singing the Stelios song from American Dad.
Oh, fair enough.
He's coming from so far away. Stelios! This is a reference for anybody out there who's a big fan of American Dad. But here we have the master of the Deathwing himself, as well as 5 of the finest new Deathwing, and added Watcher in the Dark.
Watching you from a closet, from a corner, always watching. No, I really like these. These are really good. Very smooth on the.
I was going to say the same.
Really
the bone
nice.
is super smooth, super consistent. I'd have to guess that would be contrast paint, because if you I just would not be able to achieve that with just regular brush. And seeing the bases, I'd assume contrast paint as well. But it's just such a lovely smooth result, and then a really lovely green on the capes as well.
Yeah, and we've gone from plops of corn to pops of red on these, and the little pops of red look really, really good. And again, because the bone scheme on the armor is so smooth, they really pop out even more. They stand out, and they just look great. I think you've done a fantastic job here.
Yeah.
That fire on old Belial looks really good as well. With the unfortunate
really
skeleton who's just kind of sitting in it. I think I'll put my skeleton over here with the rest of them.
Some might say it's unbelievable.
Oh dear. But yes. I always think the thing is as well, the funny thing, because I know you can build. I personally think the knight helmets look absolutely really cool. So I think Philip has made an excellent choice here. But I always think Belial with his hood up is a bit like, he's just like, it's not a phase, mum. This is who I am. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why. I just have that sort of get that aura.
A little bit, but that
takes himself very
hooded
seriously.
warriors are part of the Dark Angels aesthetic thing. It just marries with them.
No.
So
True. No, it's just Belial in particular. But no, I think you've done a really good job, Philip. And again, nice to see lovely red storm bolter there. Although his one's got a name, I think, Belial's one.
I think it does, yeah. I like the idea with the cowled Terminators, like Belial, that their armor serfs one time screw the chest plate on too tight, and so he can't actually move his head. It's just stuck in one
It's very
place.
tight.
Yeah, like trying to put a jumper on over a hoodie. Do you know what I mean? Josh's Seraphim Sepia recipe.
It is
there
also...
you go. See, Contrast Plus,
There you go.
youtube.com/Warhipster. That's the way forward.
There you go.
No, they look great, Philip. You've crushed it. Yeah, yeah. You've just executed. You understood the assignment. You've just gone out and executed, and they look great.
Yeah.
The
Nice
fallen
one.
shall fear you forever, or not anymore because there aren't that many of them. Next up, we have Baradon with a Psychophage.
Oh, this is great. Look at that. Look at all the feathering on the armor.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
but also
wonderful.
like the shading on the tentacles, and even like all the little like puckers and like bits that you've picked out as well. Some lovely highlights and like the tonal changes on the skin to like the claws as well. Really, really lovely work.
Yeah.
Like, just
The
blending here is great.
Mm.
I really like the green. Yeah, and you get the blending again on this, but the green smoke coming out of it, coming out of his tubes, is very good. I really like that. It looks really lovely. The highlighting on it is just.
I mean, it's just like perfect box art.
Yeah, and you know what? It's that combination of the blending of the base colours and then also just the highlights pick out all the exact right bits. I think you've done a great job, Baradon.
Yeah.
Well done. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Really, really lovely work.
Even on the base, just what I assume is dry brushing on the way the base has been done, just looks really naturalistic. Which a giant purple space bug is not particularly natural, but I think you've done a fantastic job of. I mean, if it is, I need a larger can of bug spray. But I think you've done an amazing job of making it look very natural here. It's very good, particularly as Richard says on those his face parts, his tentacles.
Yeah.
Do you fear death, Jack Sparrow? Yeah, he's very much that kind of thing.
As gorgeous as a
It's also,
Tyranid can be, says Dan. Yep, completely agree.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean the Psychophage has also just come down a whole bunch in points as well, so it's actually like the best time to put it on the table. So you can probably get it out and play with it.
And see your opponent's psychers quiver in fear.
Until you roll a 1 on the attacks. Because it still has D6 attacks.
Optimism, Richard, optimism.
Oh, yeah. If it's me, I'll just roll 6s. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
Optimism, not optimizing.
I like it.
That's what we go for around here. That's great.
What you mean? You deliberately take crap units and then just constantly believe they'll do well?
Hey, this is the perfect one to do it with because it gives it 6 and no pain. So if you just believe you'll roll 6s, then this is the model to run.
I don't mean this particular one. I meant Josh's general philosophy of optimism, not optimizing. It's like simplified, not simple.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's been me to a T though in 40k for the last 10 years. Just everyone's like, why don't you take 3 lots of them? I will not. I'll take 2, and I'll take 3 lots of this thing that are pointless. 8th edition Blood Angels, 30 intercessors. Argue with me. Many people argued with me.
Chad Stewart running 30 Reavers. What a hero.
See? Optimism, not optimizing. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah. You can make just about anything work if you get creative enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
My next list is 3 company heroes from the Space Marines with no characters attached. So look forward to seeing it.
Very, very creative uses there that you have to come up with.
I like it.
Anyway, thank you very much, Baradon. Next up, we have Ice Phoenix, who is Fabian, who complimented me on doing very well with his surname, and then also included his username in this, so I changed it to that, and now I'm terrified I'm going to get it wrong, so I'm just going to rest on my laurels. But here we have some death marks. And these are really cool
Yeah,
because I
if I
watched the Pariah
remember
Nexus the other day, and I was
correctly-
like, death marks are pretty sick.
They are pretty good. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think Fabian / Ice Phoenix 100 has done a cracking job on these, getting that Zarakan Dynasty aged bronzy goldy metal look, and then the white on the faceplate, real nice.
Yeah, I mean, just such a classic combination of colors and executed so well. As I mean, Fabian's always done a great job with anything that sort of glows or transitions in color with the green there. Really, really lovely job.
Yeah, I really like these. I really like these. The composition of the photos. Everyone's saying the photos are really cool. Compositions of the photos are excellent. The paint job is excellent. Death marks are cool.
Got your aperture working there for sure.
Yeah, I love snipers in games. They're always fun. I'm terrible with them in video games, but I really like them. And again, wish they were better in 40k. But they're just these are really good, man. Like they look incredible. They're just so. Like I said, I watched the Pariah Nexus very recently. I watched it last week. Which is part of the, as I discussed earlier, the Legions Imperialis thing for me, because mine are salamanders. I'm like, I could be a load of salamanders.
Right.
Yeah, but what?
You've become some sort of weird Cockney Josh.
Yeah.
Could play a load of salamanders.
Lovely. A load of salamanders. That would nice, wouldn't it?
You're a Dick Van Dyke type boy, yeah.
It's better than me transitioning, as Alice has noticed at home, occasionally into a 1940s New York villain.
When you're just lending the occasion of, yeah, see?
Yeah. She was calling up to me, dinner's ready, and I just went, I'll be down in a minute, see?
I'll be down in a second.
Is this because you've been listening to all the audiobooks and that's just like a the 40k like villain voice?
It is a little bit. No, that's just Malkador. Malkador sounds like that. Malkador sounds like Skeletor after he retired.
He does a bit, doesn't he?
The way Jonathan Keeble voices him. I am old, but I am still powerful. What are you doing? Oh man, honestly, guys, if you want a really funny book to listen to, listen to Fury of Magnus.
Yeah, he's good in Fury of Magnus.
If you wanna hear somebody doing gruff Stentorian space marine with a Norwegian bent, that's the book to listen to. I was in pieces listening to that. I couldn't make it through it without laughing every time Braki Bjarnason or whatever he is of the Space Wolves turned up. I was like, oh, here we go. This is going to be fantastic. And honestly, it was like somebody doing an impression of the Swedish Chef doing an impression of a Space Marine. It's
Swedish Chef of Space Marines.
Yeah.
Take the boat,
Yep.
I will mark your armor. We are now brothers. What are you doing?
He does sound like it does sound like a terrible Nordic stereotype.
It's
that
really
one.
bad.
Would you like to doikie ya?
Malkador would liven up Bugsy Malone. He certainly would. And he was alive at the time, if you believe everything you read. But yeah, no. Death marks. Let's focus. Death marks. Great.
Top marks for these death marks.
Hey, that's the tagline right there.
There you go.
No.
I don't know why I did that in a kind of Alan Partridge. Top marks for these death marks.
Put
Back
my foot on
to
a spike.
Eurovision presenter or whatnot.
Yeah, no. I love them. I really love them. Ice Phoenix
Yeah.
did an excellent
They're
job.
really good.
Yeah.
Really
Next
good.
up, we have Alaric. Who has
Alaric.
got 2 slides. 3 slides.
3 slides.
Yes.
2 slides.
Mm.
2 slides.
Um,
Cha slide.
So we have 10 Tree Revenants, painted in an so familiar scheme. It's not really my scheme anymore. It is Alaric's scheme. Does an incredible job of it every time. We also have some Battletech.
I like the crabby one in the BattleTech. That's cool. I've never seen that before. Like a little crab man.
Very camouflage there with the sort of mottled green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's impressive colours right there. That right there is exactly what I was trying to achieve with Gaunt's Ghosts.
It's kind of like a smashed frog.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Kinda.
It's called a king crab.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I said a crabby guy, and he looks like he's called a king crab.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Crabby
no,
froggy guy.
Yeah, I really
Looks
like
great.
I really like the, as you say, the camo color scheme on them is really, really good. And I mean, the tree revenants just look fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, menacing as always.
The greeny blue
Lots
weapon.
of use of the flowers and bases as always.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've
Big
seen
shout out to Aim
this
Cross.
colour scheme before, and it's always wonderful to see. So please do keep on painting more and submitting more, and I'd love to see these as the family photo as well, because I mean, we've seen Josh's family photo, but yours seems like it's probably might even be bigger at this point.
Yeah.
And you've done such a wonderful job on this colour scheme.
Cracking job. Absolutely cracking job.
For sure. I'll show you the next one. Oh, I left a picture in. God damn it! I am terrible. I'm so sorry. that one is this one here. That's what that's supposed to be. But I left it in here. This is yeah. I can only apologise.
They're too cute to be contained to one slide.
Yeah.
So we've got dire wolves,
Yeah.
and we've got the skeletons
Skelly Bobs.
Yeah, from Soul Black Gravelords. Well, both of these are from Soul Black Gravelords. Really like the armor on the skeletons. I really like. I mean, just picking on individual things now, but really like that kind of bronzy armor. Looks really cool.
Yeah.
And the black and sort of purple banner is really nice as well.
I think the dire wolves are wonderfully done as well. Just as menacing in the black and the sort of the classic colour scheme. These two model sets that makes me want to build and paint Soul Black Gravelords, because they're just so cool. You've done such a good job here to capture that sort of cool aesthetic.
Yeah, man. These
Dark,
cracking.
menacing, wonderful.
Let's have a look. These are really good. I want to see these. I want to see these puppers in. There we go.
And please tell us where they're from, because
is that Doctor
we've been
Strange
cooing over new miniatures.
Is it? Oh no, I don't know. It kind of looks the little wiener dog with the cloak looks like Doctor Strange, like in dog form.
Yeah, like a Doctor Strange.
One might say.
Doctor Strange.
Hey,
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Master of the Mystic Arcs.
Very good.
I'm here all night. No, they're really good. I really like these. Yeah, these are cool. Where are these from?
Yeah, and it also looks like they're probably tiny as well. So there's like kudos to you for getting such like detail and such like color variation into what I'm assuming is such small miniatures.
Alaric has said in chat, the Animal Adventures from SFG. It's Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition with animals, basically.
Ah, very nice. I
assume a warlock, a wizard, and a fighter,
or a rogue, or a
ranger.
Could be a rogue.
Or a range could be, yeah.
Could be whatever you want.
But I really like it. Hang on, sorry, Alaric, did you say in chat you have another 70 of these to do? 70?
Excuse me?
That is a lot of little puppets.
Are you talking about 70 of these like Animal Adventure ones, or 70 of the skeletons? Oh yeah, no.
Skeletons.
70
It seems more like plausible for sure. But
he said yeah. So I see we've got 70 other dogs. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
That
is a lot.
That is a lot of cute.
Good lord. Well, I mean, I tell you what. Again, when we get the family photo, all 70. I mean, maybe are there other animals? Are there like cats and stuff and different other things?
Yeah, like if it's like a whole different like varieties. Like, oh, here's like a pack of like all the classes in all the different like animal varieties. Then maybe that makes sense to do 70.
A magical menagerie.
There you go.
Dogs, cats, bears, rats, red pandas, llamas.
Ah,
Alaric, that's incredible. I cannot wait to see more. Hi, pandas. I'm just going to quickly look at it. I'm just going to quickly look
Or
this
red
up.
pandas, which are even cuter than pandas.
No, Elecman, it's. I guess it's just while Josh is looking this up. It's not really an episode. It's just at the end of Tales, we I suppose it does become the last episode. We normally submit your like family photo of everything you've painted, or obviously if you painted lots of different things, just as much as you can. Just because it's really cool sometimes when we see people's paint schemes on their on their individual units that we see throughout the course of Tales. It's really cool, and that's why we keep talking about it when you see them all together. Because like individually they all look fantastic. When they come together at the end, just the effect. And the one I will pick on is, and I don't know if he's in chat, but Dave and his Stormcast from previous Tales, having been lucky enough to see that army in person as well. Individually they all look fantastic. When they were all on the table together, the effect is just stunning. So yeah, that's what we're talking about when we say family photo, by the way, Elecman.
This might be one of the greatest discoveries of all time.
Anyway, it doesn't mean Warhipster is no longer doing Warhammer. He's just painting small.
Yeah, he's falling down, literally probably a rabbit hole.
There is a dog with an eye patch with a sword in its mouth.
Are there any greyhounds?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to like run a one shot for you guys where you're all just like dogs, aren't I?
Yeah. And Travis invented it, says Chad. So there you go.
Amazing.
This is beautiful. These are beautiful, Alaric. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. I know what I'm buying in my new immediate future. Yeah, no, awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Alaric.
Oh my god, they've all got names as well.
We must move on. We must move on because we've got plenty to get through.
Oh god, sorry. I do need to go to bed at some point. It is a school night.
Yes.
Yeah.
So next up we have a Carbanda from Josh. Frothy Paints, thank you very much for becoming a member. That is incredibly kind of you. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
This is cool.
This is very cool.
Look at them fleshy wings. So well done.
It's just like the muted tones across everything, that more naturalistic look somehow makes
like,
it more menacing.
It looks like, because this is the Forge World one, right? Carbanda.
Yeah. So that's all resin.
This looks like the Forge World, like the promo that they put on the website. Like that's how good the naturalistic color painting is, I would say, on this.
Better than I would say, because it's not as naturalistic and like
violently orange as it is on the website.
Well, sorry,
yeah. Like that one's like classic GW. This is more that sort of muted colors.
When I say that, I mean as a testament to its quality, not as in it looks exactly like the box art model. I mean, it could. I'm just saying it could be.
I'm saying its quality is better than box art, though.
A chance for Carbanda of Khorne to prove his quality. No, I think this is really, really nice. I really like it. Josh, great work. Not you, Josh. Painter Josh.
No, I didn't know
it. Not you, Josh.
Not
the
you,
other Josh.
Not you,
Both
Extreme
Joshes.
Sports calendar model.
Elecman, if you go and have a look at Carbanda on the Forge World website, it is like violently orange the way they've painted it.
They've just gone for a very, very orange look for him.
He looks like he's been tangoed.
Another excellent reference. I've longed to get Carbanda for a while. The only reason I haven't is because I really wanted. I want them to redo Sanguinius so he sits opposite Carbanda. Because at the moment he just doesn't.
Yeah.
Because thingy is Sanguinius is chilling out, looking all looking all portraity, rather than battley, as it were. It's a sentence that makes sense, trust me. But yeah, this is great. I love it. I love this. I really want to get it. This is Carbanda, Alec, man. Carbanda. There you go.
He's demon.
The Demon General of Cygnus. 0 for 2 against the Blood Angels, though.
Yeah, he's not got a great record on him.
He's the bane of the ninth, and he doesn't do a very good job of it.
Yeah, he's the.
What were you going to say, Adam?
No, I was going to say he's the bane of himself. To be honest, he's a bit rubbish.
He is a bit. No, but the model's incredible.
No, the model.
Yeah, no, lovely work. Next up, we have Forge Father Histan with a unit of Fire Warriors. Strike Team.
Strike Team, yeah. Strike Team with a combination of carbines and... Oh, yeah, have they all got carbines? Oh, no, a couple of them got rifles. No, these are really cool. Nice red armor. Done a great job picking out the symbols as well. I like the camo scheme that he's done on the Shazvray, I want to say. Is it Shazvray who's a captain in the Strike Team squad? Is it Shazwee? I can never. There's
like different levels, and like Shazray is one level, and then Shazwee is another level, and I forget which way around they are.
As well. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I can find out live. Talk about the painting.
But yeah, no, you're right. The camo scheme, we've seen the tiger sort of pattern on other miniatures that they've done as well. Works really well here. Again, just seeing that repeated again will be so effective across the army. And the red and the black is such a classic colour scheme here as well.
It's a really nice addition to it.
He's a Shazwee from what I can tell. A Shazlar is just a regular fire warrior.
There you
go. Isn't a Shazwee is next in line to step into a crisis suit?
Yeah, they're like the sergeants of the squads.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that you've tied your theme together with it. You do it so well. The sort of tiger striping with the on both colours, on the grey and the red, and like you're tying it into everything as well, which is a really nice little touch for the entire force. It's really effective and it's really cool. I like it.
Yeah,
it's I love it as a personal affectation to your army. I really am a big fan of it, and it must take you ages, or you're going to upset me.
You actually see a lot of camo on Tau, and I don't know why, because it looks really good.
Other than the drones and needing to figure out an ethereal conversion, my Tau combat patrol is done. Family photo will be next month. Ooh, family photo, it's incoming. I like it. I like it a lot. Lovely stuff, Forge Father. I'm also a big fan of your work in Fury of Magnus. Primarch Vulcan. It's great.
Nice.
But yeah, no, great stuff. Next up, we have Black Dog Minis with a real smorgasbord.
Yeah, smorgasbord.
That's the nice way of saying it. I was about to say hodgepodge, and I was like, that's not a very nice thing to say.
No.
But we have
curated.
some. These are the Beast Snaggers, right?
Yeah, they're Beast Snagger boys, I believe.
Yep, Beast Snaggers.
Yeah.
Beast Snagger boys and some Kazakin.
Yeah, I love that you've gone for the classic Kazakin. The camo patterns there you've just done so well, because they've got like that slight sort of yellow banding around them. I don't know which you painted on first, either the yellow or the red, but it's just executed so well.
Yeah, the camo on those is fantastic. I really like the purple plasma with the glow on the plasma pistol and the gun.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's awesome. These look really good.
The checkerboarding is intense as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to point that out too. It's another classic feature from the Orcs. Like, you're hitting all like the classic nostalgia points, and it just makes these models really evocative.
Goths, innit? Goth boys. I always really enjoyed the checker pattern on Orcs and on Goths in particular, with the black and white. Makes them look like they're really into ska music. Which I just really love the idea of a load of Orcs turning up.
Yeah, it kind of fits with them. Like, we're talking about different soundtracks, and it's a ska music to Orcs. That kind of fits.
They're huge fans of Real Big Fish. No, these are really, really well done. And your green skin on your green skins is really, really good. And I like the sort of bluey fur you've done as well on them.
Yeah,
the stuff on their backs.
Yeah, I agree. the Kazakin are something else. You should
Oh
be.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
You should be. I was going to say you should be ashamed of yourself for sharing such a beautiful thing. That doesn't make sense. You should be incredibly proud of those because they're just, that must have taken a hell of a long time.
Yeah, and the edge highlighting on it is so clean, just on everything.
This is a Crispy Award for sure.
This is a Gary Lineker Crispy Award, I think.
This is a Gary Lineker. Yeah, absolutely. Alaric says, my daughter, who should be asleep already, wishes you all a good night. Good night to you.
Good night.
Go to bed.
Good night. Good night, Alaric's daughter.
Be good.
Paint lots of minis.
Yeah, paint lots of minis. Do lots of minis. Always.
Send your stuff for his fat neck.
Yeah, otherwise you'll end up with a fat neck like me.
MC
That's what happens if you don't get enough sleep. You end up with a fat neck like Josh.
It's his DJ name.
It's a terrible thing to say. It is a joke. But yeah, these are incredible. Your Kazakin. Can you drop what the paints are that you used in?
Yeah.
Steven?
What was the browny, orangey, yellow you used on the camo in particular? Really like that.
Because I would like to know.
Next
up, we have Cameron with 10 Emperor's Children Chaos Space Marines, who he said took absolutely forever.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Done a fantastic job on them.
City.
Yep. Trim McGee, and also like the absolute mad lad that Cameron is. He's gone round and he's edge highlighted all of the bit inside the trim on the shoulder pads and on the armor, which takes inches. So well done. I think these are
really nicely done.
absolutely cracking. Again, big shout out. We should almost have at this point. We should add to this this dragons, red and gore thing with flowers, because the amount of people who are using them on their basing.
Flowers and then purple and gold is a color combination.
Yeah, and these are cracking. Really good job, Cameron.
Yeah,
I think these are lovely. Yeah, I mean, it's
bright green that you got for the plasma, and also the reds, like the pinkish, like dark red for dark pink for the flowers. They actually really work well as like spot colors and offsetting against the rest of the armor, because otherwise sometimes models like, okay, here's like the purple, the gold and the silver, and sometimes you just need a couple of spot colors there to break it up a bit and to give the room for those colors to do their work. And yeah, I really like the gold and the red here for that purpose.
Yeah, definitely. I just think these are just spot on for Empress
Really
Children.
nice.
Yeah, no, they're great. I really like them. I hope, as Dan says, I'm interested to see if GW do their new in Empress Children whenever they come out in this color scheme. I agree. I prefer this purple. This is the better purple to me than like the aggressively
pink,
neon pink. Because I think it looks more malevolent.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what way they go if they do a range, which I'm sure they will. But be interested to see. But I mean
at this point, it's kind of almost confirmed that it might be coming this sometime this edition, because they didn't get a detachment in their book. So whenever they get a codex, they'll get their own detachments. But because they are in the Chaos Space Marine Codex, it's kind of like a bit of like a hint, nudge. Eventually, you'll get something.
Yeah. GW said that, didn't they, on their on Warhammer Community? That is cool. It is.
They said don't like expect it like immediately next, or maybe further down the line. But when they do get something,
it's coming. It's happening. It's on its way.
Yeah.
And then they'll bring back Lehman Russ.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in that book, in the Chaos, Emperor's Children's book, that's when Lehman Russ will come back.
Yeah, they won't bring back Fulgrim. It'll be the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, Lehman Russ. Yeah, no, Great stuff, Cameron. Love it. Next up, this one I did do on purpose. Cameron and Red Covenant next to each other. So we have some Blood Angels. There's some more of the fabulous, beautiful Blood Angels. Painted by Red Covenant. First money minis in 15 years. Is that right, Red Covenant? Or am I completely wide of the mark there?
Done a damn fine.
I wouldn't have been able to tell. These are great.
Yeah. No, done a really good job on these. Again, black shoulder pads and details looking super smooth. As
everything's really crisp, really clean. I love the power swords as well that you've got going there. Almost want you to rotate this mini around so we can see a bit more of that, because we can see it on the sergeant there, and it's just such a cool color.
Yeah. No, I think you've done a cracking job on these.
Yeah.
Basing looks solid as well.
Yeah. First Blood Angels after 15 years away. Thanks, guys. Yes, my memory is intact. Let's go.
There you go.
Baby.
You got it.
You did it honestly, Red Covenant. That's a great job. I think these are really nice. And again, the gold just pops out. Really, really lovely.
Yeah, that's a great gold.
Real nice.
I can be sold on Old Man Lehman, who's tired of everything. Wolf Lehman, a hard note for me.
You know he's going to be Wolf Lehman of the Wolves, though.
Yeah, that seems to be the obvious direction to go with it, right?
Yeah. Turns up in his Santa's sleigh like the other model they've got.
Well, look, you have two choices, right, for the next Primarch for the Loyalists. I know that there's 6, but you have two choices. Do you want Sanguinius or Lehman Russ?
I'll take Lehman Russ.
Yeah, because if they bring back Sanguinius,
ruins it.
Exactly.
We might get. Yeah. No, we'll get. I reckon with him, we'll get a Sanguinor update that will be
that would make sense.
Yeah, some kind of proper Spirit of Sanguinius type thing. But anyway, regardless, let's focus.
Yes.
Let us focus on the Blood Angels.
Yeah. No, these are lovely. These are absolutely lovely. Red Covenant. Welcome back after 15 years away. It's like you never left.
Yeah.
You're incredible.
Yeah.
Really good work.
Well
done. Next up, we have Arch with a Infernal Master.
An Infernal Master? Very cool. Very cool.
Wonderfully bright and colourful.
Yeah. Really, really nice. And I like the galaxy spotty scheme on the what are they called? Screamers.
Screamer.
Mini screamers, yeah. That are on it. Yeah, this is really good. Really bright.
Yeah.
Well, you would kind of expect something like that from Zinch being all magical and such.
Yeah, the fire on the back as well looks really good on his backpack.
Stunning.
His big portable barbecues.
Yeah, no, the color transitions from the fire there are really nice, and as is this sort of ethereal, sort of greenish sort of color of the magic as well. Really works well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, real nice. And picking out all the different tones of the gold and the yellow on the detail on the armor as well is really nice.
It's a great model, isn't it? The Infernal Master.
It is really well. To be fair, you painted mine, so I'm a big fan of it. It looks really, really cool. I like, what I do like on this one as well from Arch is the red scarab on the top.
Yeah.
It's a nice cool. It's just the fact you've done it in red is like a nice callback to the original Colours of the Legion, which we were talking about previously with the Legion Imperialis one.
Yeah. Do you have a Contrast Plus for 1K Sense? I do. I have a Contrast Plus for this very model. You can find that.
Yeah.
Contrast Plus, how to paint the Infernal Master. Yeah. No, it's great. I love it. Great model. Great job.
There, behind me, it's in that bunch of shelves.
Yeah. Even though the T-Sons are my Space Wolves enemies. There you go. Old Man Noz, we've got more yellow and black Tyranids.
Hey, these are this is the other part of the Hive fleet that's landed on a different world from Frothy Paint's one.
Yeah. Also looking just as good. These are brilliant. Such a cool color scheme.
Big fan of these.
You've done the teeth in black as well. That makes them extra gruesome.
Yeah, extra menacing with the purple tongue and the purple what are they? Flesh borers.
Yeah,
they're so gross as well in the lore what they do. So yeah, I'm a big fan of these. Old Man Noz, I think you've done a great job. But I like the eyes as well, the way you picked them out. It's lovely. Captain Mannerings loves a purple tongue. Well, No, I really like these. These are really looking fabulous. You
Yeah.
can put these together with Frothy Paints one, right? And you can just have like the Mega Horde,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
the Swarm.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, do you want to become part of an elite peacekeeping force?
Dun, dun, dun. I don't have a drop pod, so here you just get this Cassandora yellow flying across the screen.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should make a reel that is like using these paint pots as the Helldivers pods on strings. I could spend hours doing that for 300 views. That'd be fun.
I'll play the theme tune on a kazoo.
Yeah. No, they're great. We talked about it earlier with Frothy Paints' ones, but yeah, just yellow and black it's an absolutely it's just a really good combination, isn't it, for Tyranids?
Well, I think it just goes back to we're hey, look at that, Frothy Paints, what a legend. I think we are programmed by nature to look at the like yellow and black stuff. And be very wary of it, like, you know, Wasps or you know, the Pittsburgh Steelers. So like these really lean into that, and I really like it.
You not a fan of the Pittsburgh
taking
Steelers?
sort of inspiration.
No problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I was just trying to think of something else that was black and yellow, and the song of black and yellow popped into my head.
Yeah, and like one thing I will point out about Old Man Noz's ones is it's just a really good job on the black highlighting on the carapace. It's not too much, it's not too little.
Yeah.
It's just enough to not like kind of, because if you highlight too pale on black against yellow, you actually end up muddying the model. It's really weird. But if you go like super bright with the highlights on black, even though black is so much of a contrasting color to yellow, go too bright on it, you end up muddying the model, which is, it's just a weird kind of visual quirk of it. But now you've balanced them both out really well there.
Yeah, no, I think you've done a great job.
Yeah, and also thank you very much for Frothy Paints for the $10 Australian. Oh man, Noz, this is the first time I've seen someone have nids in this colour. Cracking job. Couldn't agree more. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Moving on, we have Brother Ferris.
Oh God, Dana, you're going to be down in a pint here because there's a lot of gore.
Dana, I hope you haven't got work tomorrow because
Damn.
yeah, here we go. Foul tarnished, smouldering with thy meagre flame.
Blood.
Here we have it. We have the best model of the year so far, hands down. We have Usharan and 6 more Beg Knights. Same as me.
These are really cool.
Yeah, I just like such like the blood-soaked bases. It's just so perfectly gruesome, and I love that you've then inverted the color of the cloak to be that sort of like green into black rather than the classic red. Obviously, the pale skin works really well, but just you just get such a shock of seeing these gruesome bases. But if they were in their own like homeland, the ground would be soaked with blood. So it's just so perfectly like nightmarish.
I also
go on.
Oh, go on. No, go on, Josh. Go on.
It gives me vibes of like kind of like of comic books in some ways, and I mean that in a really good way, in that there's a huge color saturation of the base with the black grass and this, that, and the other next to the red and this, all this kind of thing. In fact, you know, like in parts of the what was it called, the animation, the Blood Angels animation on Warhammer Plus.
Oh yeah, Angels.
Angels of Death. That's the one.
Angels of Death. Yeah,
just elements of that.
It's like Sin City. Do you remember Sin City, the film?
Yeah.
Where they all done in black and white.
I was going to say, graphic novel as well.
Yeah, I was going to say on this, I really like the use of talking about the inversion of the colours as well. The black tufts and the red tufts. I think that's really fun. I do have a little bit of a headcanon because I'm in a silly mood with the way that Usharan is kind of looking. And I think you've made him look supremely angry and really menacing. I think that's fantastic. Because he's pointing at the floor, I do have a bit of a headcanon that this isn't actually how the place should look, and he's come home, right? It's covered in gore, and he's saying to the Morbeg Knights, "What the fuck is this? Clean this up!" Right? It's all over me.
He's saying he's looking at someone going, "This, I will cover the ground in your blood." But
so you're being
headcanon of him clean up. He's like, clean your room.
You're being much more sensible about it. I just think he's come home and he's gone, "It's all over me cloak now. I'm gonna look awful." So yeah, no, but I really think, honestly, being serious for a second, I really do think he's done a cracking job on these. They look fantastic.
Yeah.
Like just the flesh colours. I think particularly on Usharan himself, as I say, he looks properly menacing.
Yeah, these are fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic, Brother Ferris. You should be very, very pleased with yourself. This is great. This is honestly really, really, really good. And I might nick the black tufts from. I've never seen them before, but I'm going to go and find them. They look great.
Yeah.
Honestly, wonderful stuff. Next up, it's that time of the stream, Mini Creative, with 10 Infernus Marines in the colours of the Ultramarines. And yeah, just better than what any of the rest of us are capable of.
These are literally just like how Ultramarine should look.
Yeah.
That's just these are canon. These are how Ultramarines now are.
Yeah. Really, really, really classic, really smooth, really clean lines on them. Again, I like the little hint of the muzzle burn on the Inferno guns, whatever they're called. I can't remember what they're called now. Incinerators. Yeah, I really like these. And again, little bits of decal work here and there to pick it out. The highlights on the leather, on the if you look at the ones we can see on the bottom row on the back, you get the leather on all the pouches. It's nicely highlighted. It looks very clean, very natural. Yeah, just really good. I mean, it sounds like I'm being dismissive, but I'm not. They're just very good.
Yeah, I feel like we should change the parameters for Mini Creative at times, in that we should actually try and look for mistakes.
Well, actually, I think you'll find the Ultramarine Second Company don't utilise Infernus Marine as of. No, let's not do that. We're not doing
Given how detailed he was, the cross hatching of the apothecary's little thing that he's got on his hand, little screen before.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not going to look for mistakes. It's going to be an impossible task.
It's exactly it. No, they're just beautiful, and yeah.
Yeah, just really, really nice, really lovely.
Wonderful stuff. Also nice to see the Sector Imperialis bases out in the wild as well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the Sector Imperialis bases. Love it.
Love to see it. Instead of just being in my Sector... No, it's not Sector Imperialis, my What It Looks Like videos. Actually painted properly, because I don't do mine properly either on my Custodies. I just dry brush them. Just I need to get this over with. Goodbye. You're an incredibly talented person, Mini Creative. You should always be proud of everything you commit your brush to. Next up, actually, did I skip 2? I did. Cloud 2466. We have another pair of armigers, and we have, I think, Commander Riker.
Commander Riker, innit?
Yeah.
About to do his weird Riker sit, where he goes over the chair and then sits down.
The Riker maneuver.
The Riker maneuver, yeah. No, these are really cool. These are really awesome. I love the quarter scheme with the orange and black.
Yeah. No, it's really effective.
And being slightly dirtied up as well, and having the more weathered sort of iron metallics go with it as well. Really cool.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Interestingly, on the Star Trek front, I saw a reel yesterday of somebody. Have you seen these ones on Instagram with unnecessary censoring?
Oh yes, I have. Yeah.
So I saw one yesterday of somebody who'd done unnecessary censoring on bits of Star Trek Next Generation. It's all the moments where Mr. Data corrects them and they say, "Thank you, Mr. Data." They've censored it so it sounds like he says, "You, Mr. Data." and I must have watched it 4 or 5 times because it was very, very funny.
My favourite Jonathan Frakes thing is by far, in terms of the memes, is definitely the supercuts of him from like the show. I think it's called Beyond Belief or Fact or Fiction or something.
Yeah.
And it's the one there's various versions of it, but it's the one where it's like Jonathan Frakes asks you questions, and it's always like me awkwardly talking to people I don't know at a party, and it's like, have you ever noticed there's so many engineers around these days? Have you noticed that real estate agents are real big stars? Would you ever spend a night in a graveyard? It's just like a list of questions. They're just fantastic.
Yeah, I've said that before.
Is there a... Because I think there's scope for a really cool Star Trek miniatures game.
Surely there would have to be one. I mean, there's miniatures here.
There's one
I'm not
right
sure if it's
here,
linked to a game or not.
Yeah, there is one. I think it's called Away Mission. I think
Away team or something.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where this is from, but there is that.
What I'd like to see is a full scale Warhammer 40,000 tabletop warfare game. It's set in the Star Trek universe against the Romulan Empire.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and at least they've updated it now in the more modern Star Treks, is that, you know, when they do away teams in like, what is it, Discovery and stuff, they all go wearing body armor, whereas if you then go back and watch DS9, they fought the entire Dominion War wearing pajamas. So, that's supposed to be pretty brutal. So
yeah. No, these are great. Really nice stuff, Cloud. And I did see that you'd gone to bed earlier, so thank you very much for submitting these. It's a wonderful skill, wonderful stuff. And yeah, lovely little treat for an extra Commander Riker right there. Good, like it. Next up, the one that I skipped to by accident, Hairlock with 10 Chaos Warriors.
Oh, I mean, again, we've had a lot of Chaos Warriors tonight, actually.
Mm.
And
Yeah, we have. It's been a good night for Chaos.
Another really good take on them. I love the iron-rich soil that they're walking on. That's like that kind of orangey, rusty color, and how you've blended it into the cloaks and the armor and the boots and stuff. I think it's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, as always, Hairlock is a master of atmosphere and creating that in models. But I also do want to point out the lovely freehand on the banner there as well.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it's
that's
spot on.
That's real good.
Yeah.
And I agree, like people in chat are saying they look really menacing, Alaric says, which I think I completely agree, they do.
If you look at menacing in the dictionary, these models would be next to them.
Also, there is gore. Dana, get a drink.
Yeah. Lots of chaos, lots of gore.
Drink water. At this point, I would drink water if I were you.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I think Hairlock's done a cracking job on these guys.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's another one, I think. Yep. Ogroid Theridons.
Ogroid Theridons.
Lovely basing work here as well.
He's about to
Really
do
dynamic.
on his horn. Yeah, I do appreciate the way Hairlock was like, you know, he's already got a tall enough banner, but how do I make him stand out more? Big base.
Yeah, but it's also 3 different levels of basing across the unit.
Yeah. It's no, these are again a super, like, for that very muted color palette. It's really nice how everything still stands out, and looks good. And again, excellent bit of freehanding on the banner. Yeah, that chaos.
I mean, it looks so cool.
Yeah, and these are
skulls on the bases. Everything just ties together so well.
Just again look very menacing, look very chaotic. I quite like the fact that these weapons look old, they look aged, like they have that kind of patina about them on the metal.
Yeah.
And on their armor as well, which is really good.
See, I was about to say, Bo, that you said in the Discord that you were disappointed with the banner and should have done a bit higher contrast, but I disagree. I think if you can obviously you can go for a higher contrast, but I don't think you should be disappointed because I think it lends to the kind of insidious, like if you read about the Ogroid Theridons, about the Ogroid empires, it lends much more kind of to they are gloomy about it. they don't they're fully chaos, but they don't really want to be. There's a lot of disagreement in the Ogroid communities about it, and so one like, it being darker really just captures I think like kind of there's that hesitance a little bit, but also it is a clear dedication to the dark gods, and like that I really like it. I like that it's more subtle. I don't think you do need much more contrast on there because it really works. It really works. It looks brilliant.
I think it makes it just look ancient. Like it looks old in a good way. Like it looks like it's like this old, faded banner. Because obviously, it's torn right at the bottom, and it almost looks like whenever you see like really old war banners, if you go to museums and stuff, that kind of faded glory. I think again, like to Josh's point, that goes really well with the lore of the Ogroid Therodons. It also goes really well with the scheme you've done across it. So I think you could have gone for higher contrast had you wanted to, but I don't think you should say at any point that this looks bad. I think it actually looks really good in this context, and in some ways like a really not bright but a really clear banner would maybe look a little bit more out of place, whereas actually I think here with the tones you've gone for, I think it really blends.
It says, can you spot the
muted
40k
tones definitely
armor piece?
The muted tones definitely works well.
Shoulder pad on the middle guy, right? That's from Chaos Space Marine, I think.
Chaos Space Marine or Death Guard, perhaps.
Or it's the Demon Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely put that shoulder piece together before, which is why I'm like, I feel like I recognize that, or at least a similar construction.
Yeah, it's from Demon Prince.
Yeah, that's right, because it's in two pieces, isn't it? Yeah.
No, awesome stuff, Bo. Really good stuff.
Good work.
Next up, we have GameX with 10 Sisters of Slaughter. Or
Whippy Ladies.
You can't spell slaughter without laughter. Sisters of Laughter. Puts a completely different spin on the Daughters of Cain. I like this. I like this a lot. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Bless you.
I knew it was coming. It was coming the moment I skipped onto GameX, so that's not fair. But no, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Sisters of Slaughter. I really like the heads. I've always really liked their helmets. Like I like them much more than the witch elf, the witch elves head sculpts. That's not to say that they're not good, but I just really like the heads on it, and like the kind of armored masks and this, that, and the other, because there's not loads and loads of hair all over the place. So really, a lot of the dynamism comes from the whips. Which are really cool, but you've painted them really well here, because that much flesh is not easy to do, especially across 10 in a row. Doing 1 or 2 is usually fine, but I always find that when you're painting with flesh colors, if you're doing the same color over sort of 10 models, it can tend to start getting out of control because you want to go faster. But that's not the case here at all. They just look really good.
Yeah, I really like the gold here as well. It's like nice warm rich gold, and it's got lovely silver highlights on there as well. And it's just enough to be similar-ish to the skin tone, but because you've gone for a slightly paler skin tone, it actually offsets it a bit more. And then obviously you've got the contrasting of the green and the red with the whips and the armor.
Yeah. Absolutely. Also, red drink.
Well, anytime there's red in a model.
Yeah, it's red and gore. They've gone for all three. The absolute mad people. They've gone for all three. But no, I love the green as well on the whips and the banner. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a nice
lovely one.
Complementary color to red.
But it looks like it looks almost like snake, like with the way, because I know it's meant to be the whip kind of the material, but it looks like snakeskin, and it almost, because it's green and because of the way the shapes on the end of the whips are, it has almost this, like, I don't know, to me it almost looks like poisoned or something. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're holding a snake in their hand. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shade.
Yeah, nice. Well done. Good stuff, GameX.
Yeah. Lovely stuff. Next up, we have the Pete McF.
I'll get these right. Are these man skewer bolt boys?
That is exactly what they are.
10 points for me.
10 points to Gryffindor.
Yeah, these are cool. Look at them. Look with their spiky, bloody crossbows.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed the classic scheme here. Lovely red, greens, all the different browns that you've got there, and there's like the dark metal. Very, very cool.
You've picked out the little eyes on the what are supposed to be sort of Kragnos faces, I guess, on the armor.
So, fun little detail with these. If you look at the red pieces of armor, the faces resemble what the orcs are doing.
Yeah.
So the one in the middle has got one eye closed because it's aiming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yep. I never noticed that.
Yeah, no, it's a really fun little detail, but it's there and it's beautiful. And these,
I mean, that's so orky, isn't it?
Yeah, these are an excellent example of these, Pete. I love the Man Skewer Bolt Boys. 1, because they're cool. 2, because they've got the best name in 40k. Because it reminds me of my
AOS.
AOS and 40k. Better than everything in 40k for sure. Like, it reminds me of one of my favourite jokes from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where they do the man sprinkler / bullet tornado. It's a wonderful episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but just Man Skewer Bolt Boys just sounds like the best. It's the best named thing in the world. But I think you've painted these brilliantly. They're as good as mine. I'd say they're exactly the same. I can't see any differences. So, and I love them. You've done an excellent job, Pete. Honestly, really, really, really good job. Josh loves skewering men. Yeah. They call me the kebab.
God. Move on. Yeah, no, really good job, Pete. Fantastic, mate.
Struggled with thinking the models were terrible till I got to the metallics. Yeah, they're one of those ones where because so much of it is metallic, like the weapons and this, that, and the other. If you're painting, as we usually do around here on Warhipster, where you're doing it color by color, and then you're going to go back and do all the shading and then all the highlighting. There's so many metallics on these that it takes a while to get there, and then you get all the metallics on there, and it pulls the whole thing and get together. They are one of those ones where you trust the process, and the process gets you there. But no, excellent stuff, Pete. Honestly, really good stuff.
Good.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't put the back pick in, Pete. But sorry, I didn't realise that would be the bit you wanted to point out. But yeah, sorry. You son of a bit. The whole thing's ruined. Sorry. But they're great. It reminds me of the Space Wolves Iron Priest model. That thing is loaded with lupine features and servo arms and whatnot. It's a really cool model, and I don't care much for most Space Wolf stuff. Fair enough, chap. No, thank you very much for these, Pete. Like you're kicking ass. So keep going at painting these. If you've got your gut rippers and your gnash tooth and your belcher banner and a kill bow, you're part of Project Spear. This is part of Project Spearhead right here. So yeah, good stuff. Next up, we have Bony Matter, Chad. He's here with a Phobos Librarian.
Oh mate, look at this, mate.
The cam on this is immaculate. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's kind of that like digi-camo like square bits, which you don't really see that much.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. What a great take on the Phobos Librarian. That is really cool. And also the candles, the candles and the scroll. At the
candle and the scroll on base here.
Yeah, so clean. No, I really like this. What a great job.
Yeah.
And definitely another crispy award for the edge highlighting that you got going on the blue armor and everything. Yeah, it's just really clean, well executed job and stunning work on the camo.
Even on the gloves as well.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, it's just top notch. It's just top notch work. Like you said, the camo is something else, isn't it? That was because with mine, I just went black cloak, done.
Well, it's easy, but isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like, I can't even. I cannot. Because to my mind, like I envy anybody who does lots of camo, because when I do it, I always think I've done a bad job. No matter what, no matter how good it looks, I always look at it and go, no, mine looks rubbish. It doesn't look like camo. It doesn't look random enough.
Yeah.
It looks like I've. It looks too symmetrical or whatnot. So yeah, I mean, just beautiful execution of it as well. Just like as well as being able to do it on like the chest as well.
Yeah.
See that there.
Yeah, no, I really chances I keep talking to myself to digicamo, and it's tedious, but it looks good. The problem is I forget to shoot them because they are hard to see on the board. Fair enough. No, I do really like this, mate. You've done a fantastic job, Chad. Honestly,
Couldn't
be very proud of yourself. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. No, wonderful. Next up we have
Wow.
Joe. With
All right.
Lumineth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such like a gem kind of like turquoise, but against the silver, and it works so well. But then to have like what is that sort of like orange, like pale orange to go with it, it's such a cool, interesting, like color combination.
It looks like the colours you would see from some sort of ancient, one of the sort of ancient empires, something like Persia or the the Hittites or something. I really like this.
Yeah, it's really cool and really unique. I love it.
Yeah, or ancient Egypt. Actually, Captain Mannering has said it's got that kind of that vibe about it with the desert bases as well, which is a really cool take on Lumineth as well. I think the way these been done, it's just really nice, and the turquoise you've done on all the symbols on the shields and the runes, it's so clean. I really like it.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It just it's a good example of like the whole thing together. It just each individual model is really good, but together it just immediately pops.
Yeah, really striking, really eye catching.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see the silver armor works, because that's kind of what I planned for my Lumineth.
Nice.
I know because they do them in that white color, don't they? That kind of bone.
Yeah,
white.
it's kind of like bonish.
I prefer. I must admit, personally, I prefer this sort of look. I think this looks. It's not to say people do it in the other colors. It's fine, but I do like this kind of silvery finish on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they almost could look a little more regal, I guess. But also battle ready and hardened against whatever's coming their way. It reads more as a metallic.
Yeah, it just reads more as like real armor. I don't know why. Yeah, this one it's just real. I love
It's funny how like the shapes, like the shapes are exactly the same, but if you paint them the metallic, suddenly they have such a different feel to them.
Yeah, definitely. Big fan of the lad riding the bull at the back as well.
Yeah. No, it's great. He's got one more, and this is the last one.
Okay.
Nope. Oh,
Technical difficulties.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Right, hang on.
No.
Hang on.
Yeah, do you know what, Matt? We'll keep talking. The Captain Manager's got a good point. Because I must admit, I'm not a fan of the Lumineth Realm Lord range, apart from the what's he called, the Stoneheart King and the big mountain, because the giant cow mountain is just
and Eltharion, like with the empty armor.
Oh yeah, actually yeah. Sorry, this is going to make me now go through the range and work out why I like the Eltharion, and also the.
There are a couple of other ones, but we won't go through the whole thing. But
Severith, is it Severith, the Spirit of the Wind, the fox with the bow? That's really
a couple
cool.
of characters are pretty cool.
But the Lumineth aesthetic generally, I'm not a big fan of. But this, I think this is, as I say, it has real like ancient desert empire vibes, and I really like that because Hish, it's like the realm of light. I don't know. It's very nice the way this has been done.
Yeah, it kind of gives the way, because you've got the way the shields have been done with that more sort of muted orange, then the silverish armor, and then the sort of like the plumes coming out of it. It feels like they're more, not quite like, almost like historical models in terms of like that's their aesthetic, but it makes their hats and like their helmets make more sense to me. So I find these models more appealing in this color scheme than the classic color scheme, because it feels more natural.
Yeah,
like,
as I say, it has that.
When one of my criticisms when I first saw the Lumineth range was they kind of got silly hats, and there's silly hats across loads of different armies, but they just didn't quite do it for me. But here in this color scheme, I think it actually makes sense, and I actually kind of get it.
Yeah, no, I really like the way these been done. Really makes me buy into the Lumineth, the Realm Lords. I'm still not a big fan of Cow Hat though. That's the only one. The lads with the hammers.
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Gwatkin and Mr. Adam, if you could just turn your attention very quickly to the stream, if you can't see it.
I can see it.
we have the other ones that Joe has shown us. So we have Talia Vedra.
Very nice. Always such a great model.
You see it, Adam?
No, weirdly, I don't. And I'm watching the stream.
So you'll be 10 seconds behind, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to skip forward to live if it's delayed a bit.
No, it says it's live. That's really weird. It's alright, it doesn't matter. It'll load eventually. Keep talking about Talia Vedra.
So you have Talia Vedra, looking absolutely fantastic. Feathering on the feathers is spot on. Colour placement across all of the fur and all that good stuff looks incredible. Like around the lion's mane and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, there
some
we go.
Excellent colour transitions.
Yeah.
Look at that. Again, once this has been based, like I can just imagine it's gonna look absolutely baller.
Yeah.
I think it already does, but yes, obviously with basing can enhance.
Well, yeah, I just I'm saying when it's like complete, right? Because I think it all ties together. Because like those Lumineth we were talking about, the models themselves, the paint scheme is beautiful, but it's when you put them on. I personally think it's when you put them on that desert base, that's when it just all instantly comes together.
Yeah,
I think
ties together for sure.
The detail on the feathers, the way that you've done the blending out to the edge of the big ones at the edge of the wing. Amazing. The lion or the manticore main body itself looks fantastic, as does Vedra and the throne that she's knocking about on. But once it's all done, I just want to see the whole thing when it's finished, because I think it's going to look fab, because it already looks really good.
Yeah. The other one is Iona Scriptborn.
Oh,
so we'll have to wait for the stream to catch up,
Iona
but
Scriptborn.
there we are. I can see it now. Very cool.
Yeah. Look at him.
Lovely deep red there. Lovely
Red.
gold.
Green.
And different couple of shades of gold as well, which is really lovely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, red dragons drink twice. Yeah, no, the different shades of gold are lovely on him. Oh, it looks really good. How are you pumping out all this like really good AOS painting content, man? It's really cool.
It's Age of Sigmar. It's the best.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's a new edition for everyone to get excited about.
Yeah. Man.
Some might say that's a great reason to get excited. And then Condis, son of Dracothion. Dragon, drink.
Yep.
But not a red dragon, so
He's a blue
red
green
dragon.
Yeah. No, I really good colours on the different like skin tones that you've got on him and on the wings.
Yeah.
Looks really good.
It's really, really lovely.
You're white on the armour, on the like little details. The twin tail comet is really really nice and crisp. Yeah. Good job.
Yeah.
Bloody good show, old chap. Bloody good show.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah. I agree. Sorry, I screwed up the pack again. We will eventually get through one of these where I don't screw it up. But
well, you can use that Michael Caine gif that's in the background and apologise.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I failed you. You trusted me and I failed you. Yeah. Honestly, incredible work from everybody this month. You guys, legends.
smashed it.
What do you mean OMFG, Josh? What did I do?
He's just being horrible about technical ability.
Oh, I see. I get it. Your standard bearing for Rez, who appears to have disappeared.
He's gone to bed. He's either that or he's gone out. He's gone out partying in Glasgow.
We are going to wrap up very, very shortly. Before we do, of course, we do four things. Firstly, I say this, for those of you who don't know. Deadline number 10 for Tale of Many Warhipsters is May the 31st. So you've got quite a while now before that one. The guidelines, because they are just guidelines really at this point, is one specialist/other unit, but really ultimately it can be anything you want to submit, and you can submit in one of three ways: via email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com. If you're a member/Patreon, you can do it in the Discord server, which is where you just saw the last of Joe's submissions, or you can follow the Google link that is in the description below this video. So the second thing we do is we say, hey Adam, hey Rich, which ones were your favourite? And I'm going to try and stand up and not give everybody a builder's bum look whilst I go and pull the numbers for me to do the random number generator to see who wins this week. This month.
Remember, Josh, crack kills. Yeah, I don't know. Favourites. This is really hard because the standard was so high. Oh God, I don't know. There's so many options. Again, it's not a fair question to ask. There's so many options like Tuka's Chaos Warriors. You know what? I'm gonna go for the. Yeah, the Fairy Dragon was really good. Oh God, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go for a tie between the Fairy Dragon, Danish Fairy Dragon, and also the Usharan.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he looked so bloody menacing. I don't know what it was about.
From Brother the Ferris with the bloody base.
Yeah, from Brother Ferris, and it was the face that does it. I don't know. It looked like it was off a horror movie poster. I think it was just absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to go for a tie between those two. But again, and I say this every week, it's not fair that Josh makes us pick. Sorry, every month. It's not fair that Josh makes us pick a favourite because they're all absolutely amazing, genuinely.
Yeah.
And it's really
try to take notes down the side, like while we're going through them, and inevitably there are just way too many to mention.
Yeah.
I will pick out three. Obviously the ones that Adam mentioned. Also, I'll go for Mini Painting Dad's Ionis Cryptborn.
Yeah.
Was excellent. I thought the red and the slightly more muted naturalistic tones in there were wonderful. James Mathias, obviously with all his warbands, but especially Bernadette's True Blades. I thought the way you composed the purple and then the rest of the colours was just really smart and restrained. And then I think Plops of Corn for your excellent Blood Angels as always, but especially for your incredible Great Unclean one. Really lovely blending work on that.
Yeah, and like Laura's Robin as well. The Chaos Lord on Karkadrak, the purple one. There's too many to choose from, guys. This is the problem. Like, but if we haven't
every month we have the same problem.
We haven't mentioned you so far. Please do not take it as a slight against it. It's just honestly,
we have to somehow
the standard
pick a couple out of incredible miniatures that you guys submit every month.
And like Sean said, Laura's Pirate, Storming Annie. We've got Lakuva's Dark Angels. There's so many to talk about.
Do you want to talk about any more?
I mean,
I think that's what we've just been doing for the last 4 hours.
Yeah. No, I'm ready to generate numbers.
Go back and watch the stream, guys.
Like, if we talked about our favourites, we could just talk for another, 2 to 4 hours, probably.
Yeah, and I do need to go to bed at some point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will just quickly say that my favourites were... Oh, hang on. Oh, no wonder my computer's been being funny. I had the pack open twice.
Just before you do that, we should also give a shout out to you, both to James to mention for his, obviously the New Jersey Chameleon Skinks was the best thing ever, but also Star Pilot for writing the law.
Yeah,
So,
100%.
Yeah.
Captain Manners just mentioned it. I think that's fantastic. I mean, your models obviously looked great, but actually having that additional lore as well was cracking. I hope my stupid voice I did it some justice.
Yeah, your stupid voice overs always give everything some justice. Wow, that sentence nearly completely got away from me, didn't it?
That did just get away from you.
It's a good thing I didn't just do what I normally do when I'm trying to record and just trail off and wait a minute before starting again, because that sentence would have been "You're stupid."
Yeah, and Captain Mannering's message coming in the middle of the lore was quite funny when it was just like, "The night has gone cool." But anyway.
So, Adam.
Yes.
You win from me tonight for your Army of the Dead.
Oh, mate, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
very, very cool.
thank you.
You've done an incredible job. Never text me with painting questions ever again.
My privilege
The
is
student has now become the master.
Yeah.
I will also point out, Pete, you did an incredible job on the man skewers. Same thing for all of the fleshy courts we've seen tonight. Ricky Drinks paint. Your ability to paint 20 crypt ghouls just absolutely blew me away. Mr. Biltong Boob, all of your scenery production, incredible. Fabian's death marks, just great stuff. Stevens, Casakin, you're all incredible. However, the bit that everybody is still awake for is the bit where I give you money to buy toy soldiers. So I'm going to generate a number. It is number 7. And the number 7 is won by...
Drum roll. 7.
Mini Painting Dad.
Oh, well done.
There you go, with the amazing Ionis Cryptborn.
Yeah, man. Well done. Good stuff. Congratulations.
Very well deserved.
And do you know what we're going to do? Something slightly different tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So somebody, I won't name their name, they didn't want to be named. Somebody came to Patreon at the highest tier and didn't want a model from me. Instead, what they wanted to do was gift that to somebody else. So I thought what we would do tonight for them, from them, is we will generate a second winner.
Ooh.
That's very cool.
That's very generous. Whoever you are, you're a good egg.
Mini Painting Dad, congratulations, you won the first one. No, not that one.
You know what?
There
You know
we
what
go.
this is like. This is like in MasterChef when they're going to eliminate people, but they say, "We thought your food was so good, we're going to take 2 of you through." This is like that. So we got a second prize.
Second drum roll.
Oh, I'm not doing an actual one. My wife's in bed.
Our second winner tonight
Laura coming in with the peach.
is, Flying Muttley. Congratulations.
Hey, well
Hey,
done.
there you
Well
go.
done. Good
So,
job.
Mini Painting Dad and Flying Muttley, if you are still watching, please send me an email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com. Tell me what you want. Tell me where you live, because where you live depends on whether I give you cash or whether I buy the model for you. Because what you don't want to happen is for me to ship you something from the UK, because it will take 3 to 4 weeks to get there. So, Flying Muttley, Mini Painting Dad, shoot me an email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com. If I don't hear from you in the next 2 weeks, I will send you a message on Discord or Instagram. I'll find you. I have your email addresses. But shoot me an email and just tell me what you want, where you live, and this, that, and the other. You know, be reasonable to my wallet. But yeah, congratulations, guys. So the last thing that we do on that list of 4, the last thing that we do is I once again remind folks of the rules. What are the rules? What are the rules? So the rules are, and we get rid of that. I do that every single time. The deadline for this month is deadline number 10, May 31st. Get your models into me by then, but of course the deadline moves every single time. 1 specialist / other unit. That is the theme of next month, and you have 3 ways to submit. You can submit via the emailing me at therealwarhipster@gmail.com or the members / Patreon's Discord server. There is a thread there, or you can follow the Google form link below in the description. So that's it. We're done.
Oh,
thank you very much.
So I don't know why I said that like Owen Wilson. Wow.
What about pigeon submissions? Okay, so if you can get pictures of models submitted to me via carrier pigeon, you automatically win the next raffle.
We should also say if anyone hasn't, I'm seeing 80 odd likes on the stream. I don't know if my YouTube is being slow, but if you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream. Does good things for Josh, so please like it.
Yes, please do. But 80 likes is awesome.
Yeah.
So
we hope you enjoyed it.
We hope you enjoyed this evening. I am slowly raising the hand of farewell. Would you both like to raise the hand of farewell? We like to, and then we wave.
This is like a Star Trek episode. Bye bye.
I hope you enjoyed this one, guys. We will be back in a month's time with Tale of Many Warhipsters, episode 11, and then the finale, and then the epilogue. You know, it is what it is. Painting video for you tomorrow, painting video for you on Saturday, and I will continue on with Project Spearhead. So much content on its way. Yep. Thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you very much to the gifted members and for becoming a membership from Star Pilot and from the other 2, Laucanon. And Frothy Paints, and for the super chat as well. Frothy Paints, you guys are the best. Love you all very night. Farewell and good night.
Bye bye.